afternoon and welcome back to the Public Service Commission as we resume the hearing in docket numbers 2023-388E and 2023-403E. These two dockets have been combined for hearing. I note that we have all commissioners participating in the hearing room. And who's going up next? Say CCL Vote Solar?
Yeah, Chair Belzer, we've spoken with the other parties. As you may remember, our witness, Stacey Sherwood, has a conflict tomorrow and requested to testify this afternoon. The other parties have agreed to putting her up now if it pleases the commission.
It does, and I appreciate parties working together as we have to juggle schedules. That's the way I always looked at it. I never knew when I was going to be on the asking end, but thanks everybody for working together on that. Ms. Mixon?
Thank you, Chair Belzer. CCL, SACE, and Vote Solar will call Stacey Sherwood to the stand.
And she's, okay, there she is.
Ms. Sherwood, if you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Sherwood, could you please state your name for the record?
My name is Stacey Sherwood.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm a principal with Energy Futures Group, or EFG.
Ms. Sherwood, did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket on April 8th, 2024, direct testimony consisting of 35 pages?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed direct testimony at this time?
No, I do not.
If the questions put to you in your testimony were asked of you at the hearing today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Chair Belzer, I would move to have Ms. Sherwood's pre-filed direct testimony entered into the record as though given orally from the stand.
Ms. Sherwood's pre-filed direct testimony will be entered into the record as if given from the stand.
Ms. Sherwood, did you also attach to your direct testimony one exhibit identified as Exhibit SS1?
Yes.
And was that exhibit prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes, it was.
Thank you. Chair Belzer, I would move to have Exhibit SS1 as attached to Ms. Sherwood's pre-filed direct testimony entered into the record as the next hearing exhibit.
Ms. Sherwood's Exhibit SS1, which was pre-filed with her direct testimony, will be marked for identification as hearing exhibit number 13, and received into the evidence of this case.
Thank you. Ms. Sherwood, I understand you've prepared a summary of your testimony for the commission. Could you please present your summary at this time?
Certainly. Good afternoon, Chair Belzer and members of the commission. My name is Stacey Sherwood, and as noted in my introduction, I'm a principal at Energy Futures Group consulting firm. I have 15 years of experience in the energy sector, and in my current role, I provide technical assistance to energy efficiency organizations, environmental advocates, and nonprofit organizations to design, develop, and implement policies and programs that maximize the benefits of demand-side management, or DSM programs. The purpose of my testimony in this rate proceeding is, first, to show impacts that vulnerable and already energy burdened customers will experience as a result of the rate increase proposed by DEC. Already, roughly a quarter of DEC's service territory resides in counties where the residential customers have high or severe energy burdens, which means that they're spending between 6 and 29% of their income on electric energy bills. In addition, low to moderate income, or LMI customers, and those living on a fixed income or dependent on medical devices will likely face greater hardship when the proposed increases hit them. Those customers are often more limited in their discretionary energy usage, which makes it more difficult to reduce their energy usage and bills without improving the efficiency of their homes, building envelopes, and appliances. While technically households can implement energy efficiency upgrades on their own, cost serves as a significant barrier to make these upgrades, especially for customers already struggling to pay their energy bills. Expanding the reach and impact of Duke's energy efficiency programs can help customers overcome these barriers by, among many other things, providing financing opportunities and rebates and services for income-qualified customers. The resulting efficiency improvements can dramatically reduce energy bills. For example, ACEEE has found that energy efficiency upgrades can reduce energy burden in lower income households up to 25%. This translates to an annual median savings of $420 for a rural household and $408 for a manufactured home. That's enough to offset the proposed rate increase as requested by DEC in this proceeding and provides continued savings long term. This opportunity is why consideration of energy efficiency programs is so important to rate proceedings. It is one of the only tools available to mitigate approved rate increases. To this end, the second purpose of my testimony is to recommend specific ways for DEC's energy efficiency portfolio to serve more customers and generate longer-term savings. Specifically, I recommended that DEC improve the effectiveness of its low-income programs, offer the high energy use program to DEC customers, and identify a plan to promote tax credits and rebates under the Inflation Reduction Act, or IRA. In addition, I made a number of recommendations intended to help the company and the Commission better understand the current reach of DEC's existing low-income programs, the additional needs of its low-income customers, and ways to connect those customers with new efficiency savings opportunities. I'm pleased to say that the efficiency terms of the comprehensive settlement further my recommendations in a number of ways and represent a promising first step to address the burden of increasing rates, particularly to LMI customers. Under the settlement, DEC has agreed to take specific steps to evaluate expanding its low-income efficiency programs, specifically the Weatherization Assistance Program and the Neighborhood Energy Savers, or NES program. For the Weatherization Program, DEC will evaluate expanding measures to heat pump water heaters, as I recommended. And for the NES, DEC will work with the EE and DSM collaborative to improve its effectiveness, including through discussion of developing a home health and safety budget, adding measures like HVAC and water heating, and including equity metrics to identify which neighborhoods to target. DEC has agreed to conduct these discussions in good faith and file proposed changes with the Commission by fall of next year. The company has also agreed to develop an action plan to connect customers with IRA tax credits and rebates and introduce the income qualified high energy use program in DEC's service territory following evaluation of the recently approved pilot in DEP's service territory. Lastly, and significantly, the company has agreed to put $2 million of shareholder funds towards low income affordability to be divided into two buckets. The first $1 million will be used for home health and safety repairs in DEC's service territory to increase the number of customers that can participate in publicly funded weatherization activities, and the company's weatherization program. Funding these repairs will help certain households overcome a huge barrier to improving the safety of their home and accessing ways to reduce their energy usage through efficiency. The second $1 million will fund a low-income affordability study developed through a working group of interested stakeholders. The company has agreed to complete this study by the end of 2025 and to use any leftover funds for the home and health and safety work. I'm hopeful that the study, through evaluation of LMI customers' needs and energy consumptions and engagement with stakeholders, will help identify future priorities for the company's low-income energy efficiency program design and other affordability programs. By using this study to better understand its low-income customers and how to lessen energy burden, DEC can leverage this initial investment into more lasting, far-reaching benefits to customers. This concludes the summary of my direct testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Sherwood. Chair Belzer, the witness is now available for cross-examination and questions from the Commission.
Thank you, Ms. Mixon. Mr. Hall, any questions?
I do not have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. That covers everybody out there. Commissioners, questions for the witness? Commissioner Carolee Williams.
Thank you, Chair Belzer. Thank you for being here and for your work related to this question. You testified regarding ACEEE and some upgrades that energy efficiency upgrades, if I understood you right, that energy efficiency upgrades could translate into up to 25%. And was that a cost reduction or kilowatt reduction, or just could you elaborate on that a little bit more?
If I'm recalling correctly, it's a cost reduction that they were able to claim there. So they were actually able to calculate the actual level of savings for the customer, which I think is more important than ultimately the kilowatt hour savings, because that's not exactly what a customer understands when it comes to what they're paying.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate the clarification and the testimony.
Thank you.
Further questions for the witness? Any redirect?
No redirect.
Thank you. Ms. Sherwood, thank you for your testimony and being here today. We certainly appreciate hearing from you and your perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you.
And,
Yes, ma'am.
Chair Belzer, subject to your usual warning, we would ask that Ms. Sherwood be excused.
Ms. Sherwood may stand down. You may excuse her if you see fit,
Thank you.
subject to your peril. Let's put it this way. I'm not going to get blamed, okay?
Chair Belzer, at this time, the company would call Mr. Chris Bauer and Mr. James Coyne.
Mr. Bauer? Do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. And Mr. Coyne, do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, sir.
Chair Belzer, may we proceed? Thank you. Mr. Bauer, I think I'll start with you. Would you just please state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Chris Bauer.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Duke Energy Business Services. I'm the Director of Corporate Finance and the Assistant Treasurer of the company.
And Chair Belzer, I forgot your admonition. I forgot to identify myself, but I'm Kiran Mehta here for the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Mehta.
Mr. Bauer, did you prepare or cause to be prepared under your supervision direct testimony of 19 pages that was previously filed with the Commission on January 4th, 2024 in this docket?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes or addition to your pre-filed direct testimony?
No, I do not.
And if I asked you the same questions here today, would your answers be the same?
They would be.
Turning to your settlement testimony, and again, Chair Bauer, we are here for these two panel witnesses on direct and settlement. They will be coming back for rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Mehta.
Turning to your settlement testimony, Mr. Bauer, did you prepare or cause to be prepared under your supervision settlement testimony consisting of 5 pages that was previously filed with the Commission on May 17th, 2024?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes or additions to your pre-filed settlement testimony?
No, I do not.
If I ask you the same questions here today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Chair Belzer, at this time, I move that the pre-filed direct and pre-filed settlement testimony of Mr. Bauer, as previously described, be admitted into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Bauer's pre-filed direct testimony and pre-filed settlement testimony will be received into the record as if given from the stand.
Thank you, Chair Belzer. Let me turn to you, Mr. Coyne. If you could state your name for the record, please, sir.
My name is James Coyne.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Concentric Energy Advisors, and I am a Senior Vice President.
And did you prepare or cause to be prepared under your supervision direct testimony consisting of 53 pages that was previously filed with the Commission on January 4th, 2024?
I did.
Do you have any changes or additions to your pre-filed direct testimony?
No, I do not.
If I asked you the same questions here today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Along with your direct testimony, did you prepare or cause to be prepared under your supervision 11 exhibits labeled as Coyne Direct Exhibits 1 through 4, Coyne Direct Exhibit 5.1, Coyne Direct Exhibit 5.2, and Coin Direct Exhibits 6 through 10?
Yes, I did.
And were those exhibits filed with the commission also on January 4th, 2024?
Yes.
Turning now, Mr. Coyne, to your settlement testimony. Did you prepare or cause to be prepared under your supervision settlement testimony of 4 pages that was filed with the commission on May 17th, 2024?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes or additions to your pre-filed settlement testimony?
No changes.
If I asked you the same questions here today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Chair Belzer, at this time, I move that the pre-filed direct and settlement testimony of Mr. Coyne, as previously described, be admitted into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Coyne's pre-filed direct and pre-filed settlement testimony will be entered into the record as if given from the stand.
And Chair Belzer, I further move that Mr. Coyne's direct exhibits 1 through 10, as previously described, be marked and entered into the record as the next hearing exhibit.
Mr. Coyne's pre-filed direct exhibits 1 through 10 will be a composite exhibit marked for identification as hearing exhibit 14 and received into the evidence of this case.
Thank you, Chair Belzer. Gentlemen, did each of you prepare a summary of your direct and settlement testimonies?
Yes, I did.
I did as well.
Mr. Coyne, why don't we start with you? If you could provide the commission and the parties the summary of your direct and settlement testimonies, please.
I'd be pleased to. Chair Belzer, Vice Chair Powers, and fellow commissioners, good afternoon. My name is James Coyne. I am a Senior Vice President with Concentric Energy Advisors with over 40 years of experience in the energy industry and consulting, corporate planning, and I began my career in regulatory and policy positions for the states of Maine and Massachusetts. I have testified on numerous occasions before state, federal, and provincial regulatory commissions in the U.S. and Canada on matters pertaining to the cost of capital for regulated utilities, including electric and natural gas utilities, transmission companies, and pipelines. The purpose of my testimony is to provide an analysis and recommendation for the cost of capital for Duke Energy Carolinas, which I'll refer to as DEC or the company. I've estimated DEC's ROE based on the results from 4 models commonly used for these purposes. They are the discounted cash flow model, the capital asset pricing model, the bond yield plus risk premium model, and the expected earnings model. I have used model inputs based on market data, both current and forecast market data, from reputable third-party sources. Based on these analyses and considering the company's specific risk profile, I recommend an ROE of 10.5%. My initial analysis was submitted in January of this year based on data ending October 2023. I also supported DEC's proposed financial capital structure as reasonable relative to the range of capital structures for the operating companies held by the proxy group companies used for this analysis. The electric utility proxy group has been selected to reflect comparable companies in terms of business and financial risks. All of the witnesses providing analysis have utilized the same proxy group that I selected. Therefore, it's appropriate to compare the financial capital structures of the operating utilities of the proxy group companies to the financial capital structure proposed by DEC in order to assess whether the company's capital structure is reasonable and consistent with industry standards for companies with comparable risk. I calculated the weighted average capital structures for each of the proxy companies for the most recent year reported. My analysis shows that the company's originally proposed common equity ratio of 53% is well within the range of actual common equity ratios for the operating companies held by the proxy group over this period. It's my understanding that the parties, with the exception of DCA, have either agreed to or do not oppose an ROE of 9.94% with a common equity ratio of 51.21% for rate-setting purposes. I further understand that the proposed settlement is comprehensive and includes agreement on many issues, not just the cost of capital, and represents the inevitable give and take required to reach a compromise acceptable to the parties. In my settlement testimony, I support the 9.94% ROE, which would be an increase from the Commission's last authorized, when the Commission last authorized a return of 9.5% for DEC in 2019. On balance, in my opinion, the proposed 9.94%, coupled with a 51.21% equity ratio, is supported by the evidence on record and would provide DEC a fair and reasonable allowed return on equity in the context of the broader settlement. Thank you. That concludes my summary.
Mr. Bauer?
Thank you, Chair Belzer and members of the Commission. I'm the Director of Corporate Finance and Assistant Treasurer for Duke Energy Corporation, the ultimate parent of Duke Energy Carolinas, which I will also refer to as DEC, or the company. I'm responsible for financing the operations of Duke Energy and each of its subsidiaries, including DEC. I monitor trends in the investment markets and maintain key relationships with debt investors, analysts, and financial institutions. I also manage Duke Energy and its subsidiaries' credit ratings and interactions with the major credit rating agencies, commercial banks, and the capital markets. My direct testimony in this proceeding addresses DEC's financial objectives, capital structure, and cost of capital. I discuss the current credit ratings and forecasted capital needs of DEC, or DEC, and I emphasize throughout my testimony the importance of DEC's continued ability to meet its financial objectives. I stress that the company faces substantial capital needs over the next several years to provide cost-effective, safe, reliable, and increasingly cleaner electric service to its customers well into the future. To ensure reliable and cost-effective service and to fulfill its obligations to serve customers, the company must continuously plan and execute major capital projects. DEC must therefore appeal to debt and Duke Energy's equity investors to attract the capital it needs. Strong investment-grade credit ratings provide DEC with greater access to the capital markets on reasonable terms during such periods of volatility, benefiting customers and the company alike. In my settlement testimony, I support the 51.21% to 48.79% equity to debt capital structure and 9.94% ROE, which are reasonable and appropriate when viewed in the context of the overall settlement agreement. The proposed capital structure and ROE metrics will provide DEC the opportunity to maintain its financial health and credit ratings to the benefit of the company and its customers. The settlement agreement demonstrates the company's ability to recover prudently incurred costs and resolve issues of the base rate proceeding with the ORS and other interveners through settlement. And I believe the settlement agreement demonstrates to the rating agencies the company's ability to effectively manage regulatory risk within a constructive regulatory environment and ultimately supports the company's ability to achieve its financial objectives.
Thank you, gentlemen. And Chair Belzer, the panel is now available for cross-examination and questions from the Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Rado. Mr. Hall or Mr. Edwards?
Madam Chair, my understanding is at this time the company has put in Mr. Bauer and Mr. Coyne's direct and settlement only, and that they will be entering their rebuttal testimony at a later time. That understanding, for the sake of judicial efficiency, and because my questions tend to go back and forth or involve both, I'm going to reserve my questioning until rebuttal, and I understand the company has no objection to that.
No objection?
That's fine, Chair Belzer.
Thank you.
We're fine with that.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Carolee Williams?
Thank you, Chair Belser. Good afternoon. Good to see you all again.
Thank you.
I have a simple question and a big picture question. Mr. Coyne, the simple question is for you. On page 2 of your settlement testimony, you talk about, this is on line 13, but it's very simple, that the average allowed ROE for vertically integrated electrical utilities since 2022 of 9.8%. And my question, when I read it the first time, I thought that this was saying in 2022 that the average was 9.8%. Reading it to you out loud in front of everybody today, that doesn't seem to be the case. But my question really was, do we have a sense of, in 2023, what the average was?
I could dig that data up for you, but maybe I could describe the general trend for you, and then we could provide you additional data if you'd find that helpful, Commissioner. What we saw during 2022, well, first of all, let me tell you what that number is.
Thank you.
So the 9.8% represents the average of all cases for vertically integrated utilities like DEC over the course of calendar year 2022 and 2023 and into the beginning of the first couple of months of 2024 through the most recent data that we had. So that's what that 9.8 represents. And so that's an average over roughly a 24-month period. So what we saw during that period was that, as we'll all recall, this is during the period of time when interest rates began to increase as we were coming out of COVID, and the federal government began to change its monetary policy to one that was trying to keep economy alive to one that was concerned about inflation. And as a result of that, the Fed pulled back on its overall support through a very low interest rate. Interest rates began to rise. So what we saw was allowed ROEs that were pretty stable over the course of 2022, 2021, 2022, start to inch up in 2023, and have continued that trend into 2024. Not in exact parallel with what's happening with interest rates, but with sympathy towards them. But to bear in mind, though, that in each of these cases, for the most part, these are litigated cases, or the data that went into them were based on current interest rates, some forward-looking, but for the most part, it's a trailing indicator of where capital markets were when these cases were solved.
I don't think there's any need for any additional information. I think that explanation makes it comparable and helpful, so
Okay.
I appreciate it.
I can only hope for that standard for the rest of your questions.
There's only one other one, and this is, you've heard a little bit of me attempt to try to say this, and this is more from a simplistic, what's the public going to understand kind of perspective, what do I understand? But give me a little bit of background, if you can, over kind of the best management practices associated with decisions about deferrals and when they are in the best interest of both the company and the customer. And if you want to do it within the context of this settlement agreement, please do. But that's my general ballpark question.
Good question. Deferrals, I'll describe them based on my experience with deferrals and rate making, and I think this is generally representative. They're generally designed to do two things. One is they're designed to take oftentimes capital investments, but not exclusively. You can have deferrals for storms as well that are O&M related, that are deemed to be lumpy and have a nature of not
You said
always
lumpy?
lumpy.
Okay.
Right. The case of a storm, for example, you could have a storm that is a once in 5 year kind of an event, and it's deemed to not be in the best interest of customers to have to absorb that storm impact all at once. So you might put that expense into a deferral in order to smooth out that impact on customers over time. At the same time, what that deferral says to the company is you may not get that money all at once, but you will get it over time. So from a cash flow perspective, and a credit quality perspective, it says to your creditors, we know you had a big storm, you're out a couple $100 million, you're going to get it, but you may not get it all at once. So it serves the interests of both customers and the creditworthiness of the company at the same time. So that's kind of an O&M related deferral. Other deferrals, for example, might be associated with infrastructure investments. And the value there of an infrastructure investment related deferral is that you can set up a program where the company makes investments that are planned over the next 4 to 5 years, and that account allows them to not come back every year for a rate case to say, this is what I spent on this given type of infrastructure investment. Let's just say it's grid hardening. But you know in advance that if you spend the funds, it'll go into that account and you're going to get some sort of a rate recovery out of it. That's another type of a deferral program. Again, designed to take an expense that is generally deemed to be a prudent type of expense. You don't know exactly what the amount is going to be, but you want to spread out the impacts over time, but let both customers and the company and its shareholders know that they're going to be able to recover those funds. The use of deferral accounts, I would say, has grown over time as a rate and regulatory rate-making tool because generally it's deemed to serve a balancing act between the interests of customers and shareholders. I would defer to Mr. Bauer if he has more to add about his own experience.
I will add just a little bit there that I think could help. And I'll take it from a financing perspective. Because I think, Jim, I think you covered it well on how we use deferrals and why. And I would say from a financing perspective, it's a cost that was incurred, and it could be an operating cost, it could be a capital cost. And I think from the way that I look at it and the way that I would finance it is that, you know, if it's something very short term, which is not usually likely for a deferral, I might think about just using the company's liquidity, right? I might just fund it with commercial paper and, you know, there's an end in sight and I can fund it in the very near term. In the past, there have been some storms, and I've done this down in Duke Energy, Florida, where they've had a big storm come through. We defined the costs. We knew the recovery period, and so I issued long-term debt, but I would say on the shorter end, like an 18-month note. Then I knew I could line up the payoff of that note with the receipt of customer bills, and so I would use long-term debt to fund that deferred cost. But when I think about a longer-term capital plan, whether it's grid or coal ash remediation efforts, we're going to fund that with our blended cost of debt and equity. And so that's the actual cost. And so from my perspective, I think about the balance sheet every day. And so deferrals aren't always the best for the balance sheet. I think they need to be used in limited capacity because what it's doing is it's taking a cost and instead of recovering it and getting that cost recovery back and the cash and the return on back, you know, as quickly as possible, it gets hung up on the balance sheet, but I'm still incurring financing costs as I go along the way. So I would say, you know, we think about deferrals and we want to use them strategically and where they make the most sense. But at the end of the day, under all circumstances, I always have to fund it. And so there is always a cost to that deferral. It could just be short-term debt, it could be intermediate debt, or it could be your full weighted average cost of capital is the way that we finance it, if that helps.
It does help. Do either of you want to add anything as it relates to the settlement agreement in particular? You don't have to?
I do not.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
No further questions.
Commissioner Caston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Corn, Mr. Bauer.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Corn, based on your pre-filed direct testimony position you articulated, page 5, lines 11 through 14, you state, I have estimated DEC's ROE based on the results from alternative models, discounted cash flow model, capital asset pricing model, bond yield, and so on. Pretty much what you said in your summary of your direct and settlement testimony. And on page 6, line 2 through 5 on your pre-filed direct testimony, you state, strict adherence to any single approach or the specific results of any single approach can lead to flawed conclusions. Did you use all 4 of your models in determining your range and recommendation of an ROE for DEC?
I did, Commissioner. If you, in the back of my direct testimony, you can see that I took the results of all four models and I considered both the range that they produced as well as the mean, and it was the mean that formed the base of my point estimate recommendation. And to put a little bit of color on that, what we have seen, especially so over the last 3 or 4 years, is with capital markets being in the state that they were of high volatility, that there'd be months when you get results from the CAPM that would just cause you to shake your head, and other months you'd get results from the DCF that would cause you to shake your head, either high or low, and moving around within the range. So what I've found, especially during this period, is that when you're solving for four models, it helps you take out some of that volatility, especially around the high and low numbers, and bring it together with something that looks like a consensus. And so I think that's the value of using that approach.
But you used all four.
Yes, I did.
And you maybe correct this in some corrected testimony, and I just missed it. But, you know, when I went to the figure 11, well, on page 5, lines 14 through 17, you state the range of results of these models, which I think you were referencing, is in figure 11. I think you meant figure 10. I just wanted to make sure.
I did.
Okay.
Thank you for that correction.
That was not my intent. I just wanted to make sure. Is it unusual or is it recommended to use only one model when determining recommended ROE ranges?
It's not. Even, you know, I can think of no body that's litigated this issue more than the FERC. And it's been an agonizing process for any company who's going to the FERC or an intervener who's going to the FERC in order to determine an ROE, because over the course of the last at least 15 years, it's been in litigation, the issue of whether or not 1, 2, 3, or 4 models should be used. And even the FERC, after going through this painful process of litigation involving numbers of parties primarily focused on the ISOs that were having ROEs set through the FERC process, but pipelines are also involved in this litigation. The FERC had doggedly hung on to the notion that the DCF was the only model that you needed. And even the FERC conceded the point that the DCF was just not rendering appropriate results during that period of time. And they have since embraced, initially they embraced the 4-model approach that I've used here. They've since pulled back on that to a 3-model approach, and even that's now subject to a Court of Appeals decision that may bring them back to a 2-model approach. But I think the initial thinking that the FERC had about the 4-model approach was very sensible. And it's really for the reasons that I articulated, that in a given period in capital markets, one model or the other might give you a distorted set of numbers, and these decisions are too important to leave it to the vagaries of capital markets in the month where you happen to show up for a rate case. Even if you're using multiple periods, I think you're very vulnerable if you're relying on just one model, because commissions such as yours at the end of the day need to use their informed judgment. And to use one model, to me, is just looking through a very narrow lens compared to looking at the broad spectrum of capital market information that's available to you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bauer, I'm not trying to slight you, but I just have no more questions.
Okay.
Unless you want me to make up something.
That's okay.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Thomas?
Thank you. Good afternoon. So in connection with using the 4 models versus 1, 2, 3, or whatever, you had mentioned, Mr. Cohn, that the FERC is reevaluating that at this point in time, and to go back from 4 to 3, but you still stuck with the 4 models in your analysis, and I'm just wondering why you chose to leave the excess earnings approach in, given that I guess the uncertain approval of that method.
Yes, good question, Commissioner. The reason I do that is that over the course of the last 3 years, with capital markets being as volatile as they have been, as I mentioned, the CAPM and the DCF specifically that are market-based models And the proponents of the DCF and CAPM will hold them up by virtue of that fact, that they're market-based models. And whereas the expected earnings model is based on an analytical result that's provided by Value Line, and it's the Value Line data that we use to populate the expected earnings model. And those that would criticize the expected earnings model would criticize it on two grounds. One is that it's just Value Line, and even though they're market experts and they do this for a living, it's not the same as having consensus market data that you can use to drive the DCF or the CAPM. And the second concern with the expected earnings model by its detractors are that it relies on a return on book equity. And the response to that is that, well, that's just what this commission is doing. It's setting an allowed return on book equity. And that's exactly what the expected earnings model is designed to do. And the observation that I would make about the market data is that the benefit of the market data that runs through the DCF and the CAPM is that it's timely, and you could argue that it's relatively pure. Buyers and sellers exchanging stocks on the market that form the basis of the inputs to those two models. But the downside is that during volatile market periods, you can see the model results moving around considerably. And the expected earnings model is a form of stability within those four models that just doesn't move around as much. And even in the results that I have here, you can see that the results of the expected earnings model are 10.5%, which are exactly in the middle of or more or less in the middle of the DCF model at 9.78%, and the CAPM model mean, which is 11.3%. So it's a model that provides stability during volatile market periods, and it's tended to be pretty reliable in my estimation during a variety of different market cycles. But it's still out to litigation before FERC, the resolution of which I don't know if I'll see it in my lifetime.
All right. So, in connection with the testimony, both you and Mr. Bauer refer to the Moody's May 11th, 2023 report and the S&P May the 8th, 2023 report. And Mr. Fetter also refers to, I believe it's the S&P report. And I'm just wondering, with that, I mean, you quoted from those reports, and I'm just wondering, would the entire report provide meaningful information, just a bigger picture, more info for us to consider? And I'm not asking for a late filed exhibit, but it just seems to me that those documents are pretty important. They've been referenced that much by 3 witnesses. And just wondering what you think, if, and let's just assume that there's maybe a future rate case sometime. Would that be something that might be of benefit, is those recent credit agency reports is to include as an exhibit? Just looking to see what you think about that.
I'll start, Jim. Yes, they're vitally important. I think from a debt capital markets perspective and overall evaluation of credit quality, Moody's is an independent assessor of that, and they lay out a methodology and their qualitative and quantitative assessment in those reports. I think it's really important. I'll just tell you how Moody's goes about publishing and the timing of the publication of those reports is the management team goes up every year to New York. We sit down with them and we meet and we have a very comprehensive discussion. We just held that a few weeks ago. And so what they'll do now is the analysts will take all of those issuers, Duke Energy Carolinas is one of those, to the credit committee. She'll present the credit to the committee. The committee will then view the current outlook and the current ratings. And if they agree that no changes is made, she'll go back and she'll rewrite a report. So I would imagine that an updated Duke Energy Carolinas Moody's report will probably be published within the next month or so. S&P, their methodology is slightly different. So they primarily rate the holding company and then derive the subsidiary ratings from the parent, but they do from time to time issue standalone credit opinions. And so I believe that they just, I think they just published one within the last few days. And I think that was one of the documents that we were going to update in in the filed testimony here.
And I would say, Commissioner, that also in response to it's a very common interrogatory when we reference these materials. Sometimes we don't provide them up front just because the volume of materials we're citing is somewhat voluminous. But in a response to DCA DR 1.8, we were asked for all the reference materials that we used, and we provided an index of them and the attachments, including both the credit rating reports that we referenced, including both Moody's and Standard & Poor's. So they are filed at this point in time.
Commissioner Taylor,
Microphone, please. Is it on?
Hope it's on.
There it
Can
is.
you hear me? The Moody's report is actually attached as an exhibit to Mr. Bauer's rebuttal testimony. And certainly we can talk about it when he comes back, or I have additional copies that we could talk about on and introduce through redirect, whichever the commission desires.
All right, very good. I had overlooked that. My apologies. Just thinking in terms of the whole issue of the holding company, parent company, and the operating subsidiaries, there's a lot of talk back and forth on that, and the importance of getting to the information based on the operating companies. And as I had discussed with the prior witnesses, the importance of the overall fairness of the decision in terms of the fairness to the customers as well as to the investors. And just wondering, in my opinion, that also relates back to the other operating companies, and are each of them being treated and looked at in the same manner, and the rates of returns that are authorized for all of the subsidiaries. And so basically what I was wanting to do is just ask, in the most recent rate cases that have been approved for all of the operating subsidiaries, do you have the approved ROE? Can you give me that information?
We do. You wrote them down. Do you want to?
I did, yeah. We anticipated that question might come up, Commissioner. Would you like me to read them for you?
I would like that, please.
Okay. And Mr. Bauer can correct me if I don't get this right. One thing to bear in mind, and I don't have that in front of me, but these were all established at different points in time. So
Right.
bear in mind the discussion I have with Commissioner Williams around the impacts of timing, but
Right.
they are what they are and otherwise. So Duke, Kentucky has a 9.75% ROE on a 52.145% equity ratio. I presume you're interested in both.
Right, yep.
Duke Energy Florida has a 10.1% ROE on a 53% equity ratio. Duke Energy Progress North Carolina has a 9.8% ROE on a 53% equity ratio. Duke Energy North Carolina has a 10.1% ROE on a 53.47% equity ratio. Duke Energy Progress South Carolina has a 9.6% ROE on a 52.43% equity ratio. Duke Indiana has a 9.7% ROE on a 54% equity ratio. And Duke Ohio, which is a T&D company only, has a 9.5% ROE on a 50.5% equity ratio. The transmission company in Ohio is 11.38, I believe.
Yeah.
And I don't recall what that equity ratio is. I don't know if you do, Mr. Barr.
I don't recall. The only point that I would make there is Duke Energy Florida, the 10.1 that Mr. Coyne referenced, that's the midpoint of a range of 9.1 to 11.1.
It may also be of interest to you while you're collecting that data, just to also look at surrounding vertically integrated utilities that are located in the southeast, and I don't have a comprehensive list here, but others that are also nuclear operators. And as discussed with the last panel, that's an important distinction from a risk standpoint. And Georgia Power has a 10.5% ROE on a 56% equity ratio, and Florida Power and Light has a 10.8% ROE on a 59% equity ratio, with the ability to earn up to 11.7% under their current multi-year rate program.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And maybe I missed it, but the Duke Energy Carolina, South Carolina, did you cover that one?
Oh, the current ROE for this utility?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe that's 9.5%. And that is on a 53% equity ratio.
That's right.
Yeah. Between us, we had all the data.
We had.
Right, okay. So, the Duke Energy Indiana, I think I heard you say that the equity ratio there is 54%, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So I guess, I thought there is the whole concept of the balance between the companies and the operating subsidiaries and the states. And based on all of this information, do you feel that the settled ROE is fair to all parties given the context of all the different states?
From a credit perspective, I think when you take it all together as a package, I think the settled terms on both capital structure and return on equity, I think helps us maintain our current credit ratings and meet our financial objectives. So I do believe that it's a fair compromise.
And I reached the same conclusion. It's at the low end of the range that I estimate using the four models. The low end of the range was 9.78%, but it's within the range. And again, based on I did go through the settlement agreement, and it's comprehensive. There are a lot of moving parts in there. But my belief is that taken as a total package, that it's a fair and reasonable outcome for both customers and for shareholders.
And let's see, so Mr. Bauer, in your testimony, you were talking about Moody's and the creditworthiness with the higher funds from operations to debt threshold, but now being at 21%. Can you talk about that a little bit as to why you think that's the case, that it's different from the others?
Well, Moody's sets the downgrade threshold based on their business risk profile, right? And so that's the qualitative aspect. And so you think about, as you walk through their matrix, the first 25% of that qualitative assessment is just the legislative underpinnings in the state. They take a view on that. The next 25% is the regulatory mechanisms in place and the consistency and the predictability of the commission in terms of how you set rates and how you do that over a period of time. The next 10% is just on business diversification. We have great diversification in terms of generation resources, customers, suppliers in our state, and then the last 40% is the financial credit metrics. And so when they think about the legislative underpinnings, the regulatory environment, the diversification, they set what they believe from that risk profile of what they think a downgrade threshold should be to hold the current rating. And so that's an assessment that moves often. Unfortunately, we call it kind of moving the goalpost on us, but it does happen from time to time. Very recently, that downgrade threshold was moved, and it was moved from 20% to 21%, just based on risk that they see. A lot of that is physical risk down here in South Carolina, just around the frequency and severity of storms that we've experienced over the last few years. Then you look at the financial metrics and say, for all of the debt that you hold on your balance sheet, and that's where we get to capital structure, so the amount of debt that you hold, do you carry enough or you generate enough organic cash flows to satisfy the 21%? What I can tell you, and what you'll see in a lot of the Moody's reports when they talk bigger about the industry, they talk a lot about utilities have been riding their credit metrics down to their downgrade thresholds, and that's not a place that they like to see because we've had a lot of volatility. In the Southeast, storms can be very impactful to the balance sheet, and our customers utilize our balance sheet from time to time to hold things like storm costs and to hold things like deferred fuel costs. And so when we have to lean on our balance sheet a bit, all of a sudden we drop below our downgrade threshold, and that puts the agencies in a tough spot. So they've come and told us what we really need is we need a little bit of cushion. Not a lot, but we need about 100 basis points for a company of this size. And so we target around 22% of FFO to debt to hold that 21% to give us room to work through unforeseen circumstances. So when I look at the settlement agreement and I think about the capital structure moving from the current 53 down to the mid 51% area, that means that there's a little bit more leverage on the balance sheet. So that puts stress on the credit metric. But the settlement in a whole is positive from generating cash flows. So when I take the two together, I look at it and say we've averaged over the last 5 years about 22%, which keeps us in line with our current downgrade threshold. And I believe under the settlement that we can continue to maintain that level.
Okay. So with regard to the settled capital structure, 51.21 equity, is that a real number that's based on something in particular, or is that a number that was reached as a compromise?
A little bit of both. So it was a point in time, but it was an amount that all parties came together and said we can support that number.
Okay, that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair Powers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand some of that. But looking at your testimony, you talked about how this number, as far as the capital structure, changes, and how often does it change? Explain that just a little bit for me.
Sure, and I would tell you the capital structure has changed while I've been up here on the stand. That's how often it changes, right? Because it's the timing of cash flows. And so when the company makes payments, large payments, when we receive monies from our customers as they pay their bills, the capital structure is changing every day. And so as the company earns income and we retain that income during the course of a year, the equity component moves higher. And so you would be higher in your equity, lower in your debt. I've been financing these companies for a number of years now, and what I have found most efficient in the capital markets is to bring a big company like Duke Energy Carolinas to the debt capital markets one time per year. And the reason I do that is it creates pricing tension, right? So on the day that I come to market, I can look at investors that really want to hold Duke Energy Carolina notes, and I can say this is your one day to buy these notes. And by doing that, I get big order books. And so if I need to raise, I'll just give you an example. If I need to raise $1 billion of debt capital for Duke Energy Carolinas, and I tell investors this is the only day that you're going to get these bonds or the opportunity to buy these bonds this year, I could get order books of $4 to $5 to $6 billion of orders. From my perspective, that's great. I now have leverage that I can use to try to drive pricing as tight as I can. And so what I've found is we typically come to the debt capital markets one time. I've done that for a number of years at Duke Energy Carolinas. It's a winning playbook. Investors like it. It gives them the opportunity to buy a lot of bonds at once. But what that does is it creates a really fast change in your capital structure, right? Because all in one fell swoop, I'm bringing $1 billion in this example into the capital structure on that one day. And so on that one day, if you look at the capital structure the day after I do a bond deal, then it's very heavily weighted towards debt. But I keep my eye over the entire year, right? I try to think about the capital structure. I don't manage it every single day. I look at it over the course of the year. And so that $1 billion in this example that I financed, I determined that number because over the course of the year, it helps me manage to that regulatory capital structure of 53% that we're currently operating under.
So this is a target.
It's a target. Yes, sir.
And is this the average that's been experienced for the past year, the 53?
Yes.
And I think with the numbers, you've been higher, like in the past, like 2022 is like 54 or something. I don't like debt myself. I don't have much right now, thank the Lord. Why revise it downward?
Well, like I said, I think the point in time, the 54, and that was at the end of 2022, the end of the test period. It's a point in time. What I can tell you is that in January of 2023, I did a bond deal at Duke Energy Carolinas, and it would have changed that 53 and or that 54 that you're referencing, probably down closer to 51 or 52. And that's why I say as the corporation earns, or as the company earns over the course of the year, that number, all else equal, because we have net income at the end of the year, will grow through the year. And then the bond deal sort of takes a step change down. But what I would tell you is over the course of the year, we always try to manage to what the decision that this commission will give us. So if you say 53%, that's what I'll manage to.
So the 53 is the end of 2023.
I would say it's sort of the average over the year.
Okay. And it coming down, or wanting it to come down to 51 or whatever, is that because of growth, construction? What is the higher debt for?
Well, in this case, we're moving from 53%. Right. So we're taking the debt component is moving. It's the equity has moved from 53 down to 51, which means the debt level has gone higher in the settlement capital structure. And I would say that was just part of the comprehensive settlement.
Well, but what I'm talking about, when you spend money, expenditures, that puts pressure on your credit, on the metrics when you're spending money, right?
It does. So long, the pressure typically comes through regulatory lag. And if you're efficient in recovering your investments, then it doesn't necessarily put that much credit pressure on your balance sheet. And that's why we try to stick to a regular capital or a capital structure, maintain that over a long period of time, and just focus on generating enough cash flow to service that level of debt. So we want our cash flows to grow at about the same pace that our debt is growing to maintain our credit ratings.
Well, I think we're here because the company's claiming that higher capital expenditures are necessary to provide high-quality, reliable service and needed to enhance the system, growth, et cetera, and position the company for the future. Is that like trying to have it two ways, or do I just not understand it?
No, I don't think. I think the targeted investments that we're making in South Carolina are for a number of reasons that Witness Callahan laid out this morning. It's an exciting time to be at Duke Energy and in the utility space, because as long as I've been at Duke Energy, load growth has been about 0.5%. It's very slow. And so we maintain the system. What we're seeing now is we're seeing growth altogether of about 2%. That's a lot for a company our size. And so that's economic development, that's more people moving into our service territory. And so we're not spending just to spend money. There's technological advancements that we're putting on our system to better serve our customers, to make it more storm resilient, to make it more efficient. We provide better service that way to our customers. We're replacing aged infrastructure with new infrastructure, and we're building a bigger system to accommodate the businesses and the people that are moving to the state.
Well,
So those are the types of investments that we're making.
I always found as a lawyer, more clients meant more income. So, I mean, some of that's an offset as well, isn't it? As you grow, you're going to make more money or bring in more money.
Relatively speaking, that's true. But it also helps the more customers that we have on our system too to defray some of the costs of all of these capital expenditures. It's more people to spread those costs over.
Everybody has mentioned storms and being ready for storms. Isn't that what securitization was about?
We have storm cost securitization in South Carolina. We just completed our first financing. It's a useful tool. It's a cumbersome tool to use, but it's a useful tool for customers because you can take that specific cost, and just like I talked about how you finance different types of costs, this is taking a well-defined set of costs to recover the capital that we deployed from a storm, and we can give it a AAA bond rating over a longer period of time and charge customers a very specific amount just to recover that storm cost at a debt-only return. So it's a useful tool.
Okay. Thank you. My head's spinning.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. I just have I think a lot of my questions had to do with rebuttal, so I'll try to save those till last and hope I don't cross over. But Mr. Coyne, I want to start with you. I think it was your Exhibit 10, you referenced a range of equity ratios for the operating companies in your proxy group. Is that correct?
I did in my testimony. I'm not sure if I had, in my exhibit, yes.
Yeah, I think your exhibit is in your testimony as well. And I think that range went from 42.65% to 64.92%.
That's correct. It's in my direct exhibit 10 exactly, yes.
Is there, is that a kind of normal range for that many companies in that, what you've looked at? It just seems, that seems very broad to me.
It does. It seems broad to me too, but it is typical. If you look at, that's why I like to look at the means and the medians, because there are special circumstances associated with some of those numbers that are not typical. And maybe to the point that Mr. Bauer was just making, there are point in times where individual utilities have things going on in their balance sheets that aren't typical.
Okay.
And that's broader than the range you see in allowed returns. What I'm looking at there are the actuals on the balance sheet for the company, and probably to an extreme example of what Mr. Brower was talking about, those tend to fluctuate quarter to quarter based on asset transactions, asset sales, major debt issuances, and things of that nature. So I also like to look at the allowed ROEs, allowed capital structures as a measure, because those, of course, aren't anywhere near that volatile. And the average allowed right now is 52.23%. And this is the national average over that same period that we discussed for vertically integrated utilities.
Okay, you said 52.23?
52.23.
Okay. And that's the, give me that again.
That's
average,
the allowed
allowed
for vertically integrated utilities in the U.S.
average.
Yes.
The allowed average.
Yes.
Okay. Can you just, I know this is going to sound like a very simple question, but I really just want an answer in very, very easy layman terms, okay? Does the capital structure of a regulated utility support the utility's ability to maintain a strong rating in the investment community?
By all means. Yeah, it's one of the issues that the credit rating agencies focus on. So it's very important.
And I want to go back to that had to do with rebuttal, I think. I want to look at your proxy group selection again. Were there any outliers that might have been eliminated from your consideration due to too high or too low?
Well, there are two ways that I screen for outliers. One is the screening criteria that I adopt, and I start by looking at the universe of all electric utilities that are rated by value line. And then I screen those for outliers based on the percentage of regulated operating income they have or assets, the percentage of electric operating income and assets that they have, their credit ratings, whether or not they're involved in a merger or not that would distort their market data. So I go through that screening process initially in order to choose a proxy group that eliminates some of the outliers so that we can come up with a comparable group of companies for purposes of conducting the analysis. And I'm not sure if your question goes to then outliers in terms of the data that results from that.
I'm kind of focusing on, let me just, maybe, I'm sure it was a poorly worded question. From your proxy group that you had, did you have to eliminate any of the results as being outliers, just way out of the norm?
No, I didn't. And one of the reasons why I look at both means and medians from the data, and by virtue of doing that and by looking at 4 different models, I tend to take the effect of outliers and minimize them.
Okay. And on page 3 of your settlement testimony, the question that is on line 4 on page 3, and
I'm sorry, of which testimony?
Your settlement testimony.
Settlement testimony.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Where you are giving your opinion on the proposed equity ratio in the settlement. And you referenced that the 51.21% is closely aligned to the operating company's capital structure. Well, first of all, and I think this has come out, but especially from some of Mr. Bauer's testimony, the capital structure is a very static number. It's very fluid. It's changing. Is that correct?
The actuals, just as, and I thought Mr. Bauer did an excellent job of explaining that. Actually, one of the better jobs I've ever heard of explaining that. Just how much it changes day to day based on the company's operations. And that's also exhibited in the data that I had in Exhibit 10 that you referred to that shows quarter to quarter how much it changes for these companies.
And what we are tasked with doing as a commission in the rate setting realm is just to pick a reasonable point on which to set rates. That's not going to stay the same until rates are set again. Is that correct? That's right.
And as the commissioner deduced after that discussion with Mr. Bauer, it's a target. And it's a moving target that on average the company would strive to achieve because that's the basis upon which rates are set. If they have too much or too little debt on the balance sheet, then they're falling short of that goal of achieving the target. But it will vary day to day based on the practical realities of managing a balance sheet for a large corporation.
Okay. I think the remainder of my questions had to do with your rebuttal. So thank you very much. But Mr. Bauer, I don't want to leave you out.
Thank you.
How are you today?
Great,
Good to
thank
see
you.
Again. Something came up, a couple of things that came up, and you were talking about risk, and then one of our commissioners, and I've got such a short-term memory lapse these days, I'm not sure who it was, mentioned the securitization legislation. And so that was a question that I had is, does the recent security litigation legislation that passed in South Carolina impact the regulatory outlook from the credit rating agencies?
Not now, because it's so immaterial. Right. The deal that we just did was around $170
Yeah, I'm not talking
million.
about the actual deal, but
Okay.
just the fact that it is in place here in South Carolina. Is that something that would be viewed favorably by the credit rating agencies?
I think they do. Again, it gets back to the legislative underpinnings and then the commission allowing us to do it. And so I think that takes risk of non-recoverability away, and so that reduces financial risk. And so that's a long way of saying, Chair Belzer, yes, I think that helps reduce risk to those types of costs and the recovery of those costs.
And I think some of this was also in your rebuttal, but it was in your direct. A lot of my questions go to your rebuttal. The 100 basis point cushion on the FFO to debt metric that you mentioned. Does the capital structure and the proposed capital structure and ROE of in the settlement agreement, does that work with that 100 basis point to maintain the credit level from the rating agencies that Duke currently has and is trying, my impression is trying to maintain?
Yeah, good question. Yes, I think that it does work. Remember, we also have a 53% equity ratio at Duke Energy Carolinas and North Carolina. And so I have to balance, because the capital structure, I have two capital structures from two commissions, but for the same credit. And so now I have a 53% in North Carolina, and if this settlement is approved without modification, I would have a 51.21% equity pad
Well,
here.
That brings up something interesting right there
Yeah.
that you just said, and I apologize, and
That's
I
okay.
want you to be able to finish that. So when Duke Energy Carolinas goes to market, so to speak, it's for both jurisdictions, and I don't
One
know that
company.
I'd fully considered that before.
Yes, it's one company.
Okay. So there is, I mean, I know for our purposes that y'all operate the grid across both states and the allocation factors, but even going.
Yes.
Okay.
The issuer is Duke Energy Carolinas, not Duke Energy Carolinas, South Carolina.
Okay.
It's Duke Energy Carolinas. And so that's why, the capital structure being as consistent as I can get them between the two states is very helpful for how we manage that.
Okay. And I cut you off. Is
That's
there
okay.
something else that you
No, I
wanted
think
to-
that's where I was saying is that even though, it's the capital structure has declined, a bit. It's from my perspective, it's asked to put a little bit more debt on the balance sheet in the settlement agreement. I also take into consideration that there's a capital structure in North Carolina, and between the two, it's close enough, Chair Belzer, that I can continue to manage to an FFO to debt that continues to give me that 100 basis point cushion that we need to maintain this rating.
And I know that it's in your testimony, and I don't have it right here in my notes, but what are the current ratings that Duke has from the agencies?
I do have them, and it's so what I will tell you is we issue senior secured debt at Duke Energy Carolinas, and so the senior secured ratings are A, just A flat, middle of the range for S&P, and it's AA3 at Moody's. Sometimes you'll hear an issuer rating and it's BBB plus at S&P and A2 at Moody's. But when I effectively go to the debt capital markets and I issue secured first mortgage bonds, I'm using the AA3 ratings from S&P and Moody's respectively when I market those bonds.
And I think that in the testimony, I think A and AAA, those would be investment grade ratings, would they not?
Everything above BBB.
Okay.
So BBB and higher is all investment grade. There's
And-
12 investment grade ratings
And that's a goal of Duke?
to maintain its
to
investment
maintain
grade credit ratings. Yes, ma'am.
investment grade. And having the investment grade credit rating doesn't that affect the level of the debt issuance? What's the word
The
I'm looking for?
cost, the
thank you.
credit spread, without a doubt, that is
Okay.
absolutely the driver.
The lower the credit rating, the higher the
cost
debt,
of debt, right.
the cost of debt.
Right, and so you think about bonds, and we'll make it real simple. You have investment grade and you have junk bonds.
Mhm.
Junk bonds, otherwise known as high yield, that's exactly what it means. It's high yield. It's very expensive debt, hundreds of basis points higher than the 4.56% cost of debt that we enjoy here at Duke Energy Carolinas.
I think that's all I have, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Commissioners, is that all? What do we got here? Any redirect?
Just a little bit. Mr. Coyne, I'll start with you with a nit, which I think actually Mr. Bauer corrected. But when you were reading off of your list of ROEs and capital structures, I think you said for DEC North Carolina, it was 53.47. And I believe it's actually just 53. And the 47 would be the debt component of the cap structure. Correct?
That's correct.
That is correct.
Okay.
Good catch.
No, I know we're in a panel and we let questions go to either one of you, but we can't have any any cross helping with questions, okay, or answers, okay?
Okay.
And then just a nit for you, Mr. Bauer. The Duke Energy Indiana, I think we heard from Mr. Coyne, had a ROE of 9.75 and a cap structure of whatever it was. But the rate case in which those things were set was held back in 2020, correct?
That's correct.
And you mentioned, Mr. Bauer, the importance in terms of credit metrics and being able to meet your credit metrics, cash flows that a utility experiences in terms of turning the investments it makes into cash flows coming back in, right? And in Indiana, it's correct, isn't it, that there are a whole lot of riders and mechanisms by which cash flow is enhanced for utilities in that jurisdiction versus, for example, South Carolina.
Yes, the acronym is TDISC, and it's, I don't know it's transmission, distribution, infrastructure type of rider, and that's primarily the capital expenditures in Indiana are mostly around transmission, distribution, and so they have a TDISC rider, and they also have an environmental mandate rider that they use as well.
Mr. Bauer, Chair Belser was asking you about the 100 basis point cushion that you testified to, I think probably in your rebuttal and your settlement testimony, but and the specific question related to, are you comfortable that the settled ROE and cap structure would allow you to operate within the 100 basis point cushion? And I understand from your answer that you are. If you would look at your settlement testimony, beginning on page 3, and going on to page 4,
Okay, I'm there.
and in particular in the section of the settlement testimony that's Roman numeral 3, right at the bottom of page 3.
Okay.
The testimony that you provide there at the bottom of page 3 and going on through the middle of page 4 speaks directly to your level of comfort with respect to the settled cost of capital elements of the settlement agreement, correct?
Yes.
And you indicate that based on your relationship over a long period of time with the rating agencies, you are in fact comfortable that the settled ROE and the settled equity portion of the cap structure will allow the company, all other things being equal, to maintain its credit ratings with the rating agencies?
I do agree, and I'll just add a little bit to that. The credit rating agencies, as I talked about before, the biggest part of setting that downgrade threshold so that I can even have a cushion to that downgrade threshold is the ability to manage regulatory risk. And I think they view settlements very favorably. Likewise, if there was a change to a settlement, I think they could take a different view. But I think being able to get all parties together and to be able to negotiate a settlement that helps work through a lot of these very hard issues. We've talked about the difficulty of this rate case. There's a lot of issues here. But to be able to get all of these parties together and say, this is a comprehensive settlement that helps us achieve our financial objectives, from a qualitative perspective, I don't see any risk to them changing the downgrade threshold. Then when I look at the financial metrics and I look at the pro formas, if this settlement were to be agreed upon and implemented, I think that we would generate enough cash flow to hold the current credit ratings and maintain the 100 basis points of cushion.
That's all I have, Chair Belser.
Thank you, Mr. Mota. Gentlemen, thank you for your testimony today. I think we'll be seeing you again on rebuttal, so have a good afternoon.
Pleasure.
You may stand down. Need a break. Miss Cindy, you okay? Who's next?
Thank you, Chair. At this time, the company would call Morgan Beverage, Tim Duff, and Janice Hager.
Ms. Hager, why are you sitting on the other side of the room from everybody else? Okay.
Mr. Duff, if you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. And let's see. Mr. Beveridge, if you'll raise your right hand, do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. And Ms. Hager, do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Belser and members of the commission. For the record, my name is Ashley Cooper. I'm here on behalf of Duke Energy Carolinas. Mr. Beveridge. Mr. Beveridge, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Morgan Beveridge, 525 South Tryon Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
And by whom are you employed in what capacity?
I'm employed by Duke Energy Business Services as a manager of rates and regulatory strategy.
And on January 4th, 2024, did you cause to be pre-filed in docket number 2023-388E direct testimony consisting of 52 pages?
Yes, I did.
And did you on April 22nd, 2024, cause to be pre-filed in this docket rebuttal testimony consisting of 15 pages?
I did.
And did you on May 17th, 2024, cause to be pre-filed in this docket settlement supporting testimony consisting of 7 pages?
I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed direct, rebuttal, or supplement supporting testimony?
No, I do not.
And if I asked you the same questions here today, would your answers be the same?
They would be.
Mr. Beveridge, have you prepared or caused to be prepared under your supervision 14 exhibits labeled as Beverage Direct Exhibit 1 through 13, which include an Exhibit 2A and 2B, resulting in the 14 total exhibits that were previously filed with the Commission as attachments to your pre-filed direct testimony in this docket?
Yes, I did.
And have you prepared or caused to be prepared under your supervision 3 exhibits labeled as Beverage Settlement Exhibit 1 through 3 that were previously filed with the Commission as attachments to your pre-filed settlement testimony in this docket?
Yes, however, I understand that ORS is still reviewing these exhibits, so to the extent that any modifications or clarifications are needed, the company plans to address those in a compliance filing or other acceptable means.
Okay, thank you very much. And otherwise, do you have any other changes or additions to your exhibits?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. Chair Belzer, at this time, I move that Mr. Beveridge's pre-filed direct, rebuttal, and settlement testimonies as previously described be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand, and Beverage Direct Exhibit 1 through 13 and Beverage Settlement Exhibit 1 through 3 be marked and entered into the record.
Right.
I thought we would do two separate composite.
No, I'm talking about, let's get, anyway. All right, we're on Mr. Beveridge, and we have his direct pre-filed exhibit will be admitted into the records if given from the stand. Mr. Beveridge's pre-filed direct exhibits, which I've got listed as Exhibit 1 through 13, recognizing there's one with a two-parter, will be marked for, will be a composite exhibit marked for identification as hearing exhibit number 15 and entered into the evidence of this case. And Mr. Beveridge's rebuttal. Did we do rebuttal? Do we have rebuttal?
We do. I think we said, we did say
We do
direct
rebuttal?
and rebuttal.
Okay, direct and rebuttal together. Mr. Beveridge's rebuttal testimony, which I think is about 15 pages, will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand. And Mr. Beveridge's settlement testimony will be entered into the record as if given from the stand, and his settlement exhibits 1 through 3 will be a composite exhibit marked for identification as hearing exhibit 16 and admitted into the evidence of this case. Did I get everything?
Yes, thank you,
Okay,
Chair.
thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to make up for it with this next witness. Mr. Duff. Mr. Duff, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
My name is Tim Duff. My business address is 525 South Tryon Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
And by whom are you employed in what capacity?
I'm employed by Duke Energy Business Services as the General Manager of Grid Strategy Enablement.
Mr. Duff, on April 22nd, 2024, did you cause to be pre-filed in docket number 2023-388E rebuttal testimony consisting of 13 pages?
Yes, I did.
And did you, on May 17th, 2024, cause to be pre-filed in this docket settlement supporting testimony consisting of 9 pages?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed rebuttal or settlement testimony?
No, I do not.
And Mr. Duff, if I ask you the same questions here today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
How about that? Chair Belzer, I move that Mr. Duff's pre-filed rebuttal and settlement testimonies as previously described be entered into the record as given orally from the stand.
Mr. Duff's pre-filed rebuttal testimony and his pre-filed settlement testimony will both be entered into the record as if given from the stand. And there are no exhibits, right?
That's correct.
Thank
you, Chair. Ms. Hager. Ms. Hager, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Oh, there it goes. My name is Janice Hager, and my business address is 2049 Mount Zion Church Road, Alexis, North Carolina.
Thank you, Ms. Hager. And by whom are you employed in what capacity?
I'm employed by Janice Hager Consulting, and I am the president, owner, and chief bottle washer.
And on January 4th, 2024, did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket number 2023-388E direct testimony consisting of 28 pages?
I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed direct supporting testimony?
I do not.
And if I asked you the same questions here today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Ms. Hager, have you prepared or caused to be prepared under your supervision 3 exhibits labeled as Hager Direct Exhibit 1 through 3 that were previously filed with the Commission as attachments to your pre-filed direct testimony in this docket?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or additions to your exhibits?
No.
Okay. Chair Belzer, at this time, I move that Ms. Hager's pre-filed direct, as previously described, be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand, and her direct exhibit 1 through 3 be marked and entered into the record.
Ms. Hager's pre-filed direct testimony will be entered into the records given from the stand. Her attached exhibits 1 through 3 will be marked for identification as hearing exhibit 17 and received into the evidence of this case.
Thank you, Chair Belser. And before I ask any of you to read your summaries, I'm going to ask each one of you if you prepared summaries. So,
Did we do rebuttal?
Ms. Hager will be called separately.
Okay, thank you.
Provide
Sorry.
rebuttal. Thank you.
I have my list.
Mr. Beveridge, did you prepare a witness summary for purposes of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
Mr. Duff, did you?
Yes, I did.
And Ms. Hager, did you?
I did.
Okay. Can I ask you to read them, please, beginning with Mr. Beveridge first?
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Chair Belser and members of the Commission. In my direct testimony, I support the proposed rates as reflecting appropriate rate-making principles and resulting in an equitable basis for recovery of the revenue requirements across the various customer classes and rate schedules. I also describe and explain several new customer-centric and innovative rate design options and pricing changes the company is proposing to address emerging trends impacting South Carolina and to modernize current rate designs to assist in the harmonization between the company and Duke Energy Progress. I also describe the changes to DEC's retail electric rate schedules, quantify the effect of the proposed changes on DEC's South Carolina retail electric customers, discuss how DEC proposes to implement the tariffs approved by the Commission in this proceeding, and describe other requested changes to DEC's tariffs. In my rebuttal testimony, I respond to various points and issues raised by parties in this proceeding. In my settlement testimony, I support certain provisions of the settlement agreement made by and among DEC, South Carolina Business Chamber of Commerce, South Carolina Coastal Conservation League, Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, Vote Solar, the South Carolina Energy Users Committee, and the South Carolina Office of Regulatory Staff. I sponsor Attachment B to the settlement agreement. Attachment B updates Beverage Direct Exhibit 4 and illustrates the rates of return across classes resulting from the company's cost of service study and shows how the proposed revenue increase is distributed among customer rate classes pursuant to the settlement agreement. I also filed 3 exhibits supporting my settlement testimony. Beverage Settlement Exhibit 1 updates Beverage Direct Exhibit 3 and shows the proposed rate and tariff changes by rate schedule resulting from the settlement agreement. Beverage Settlement Exhibit 2 updates Beverage Direct Exhibit 5 and shows the proposed annual average monthly bills for various kilowatt hour and kilowatt consumption levels on the major rate schedules resulting from the settlement agreement. Beverage Settlement Exhibit 3 updates Beverage Direct Exhibit 7 and recalculates the proposed Eat It Rider rate credits by rate class to reflect the financial terms in the settlement agreement. As part of the compromise here, the company will maintain without change its existing time of use periods and rate structure for the OPT rate and will create a stakeholder working group to further study and consider modifications to the OPT rate design prior to its next general rate case. Based upon final settlement rates, the typical residential customer using 1,000 kilowatt hours on Schedule RS will see a monthly increase after EDIT mitigation of $12.53. This represents a 9.0% increase compared to the current typical bill. Without EDIT mitigation, the increase is approximately $18.95, which represents a 13.6% increase compared to the current typical bill. My careful review of the revisions described above supports the conclusion that the settlement agreement represents a just and reasonable resolution of the issues in this proceeding, and the rate design reflected in Attachment B and in Beverage Settlement Exhibits 1 through 3 is consistent with appropriate rate-making principles. This concludes the summary of my testimonies.
Thank you, Mr. Beveridge. Mr. Duff?
Good afternoon, Chair Belser and members of the Commission. In my rebuttal testimony, I responded to the direct testimony of witness Sherwood for South Carolina Coastal Conservation League, Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, and Vote Solar regarding the proposed requirements for the EEDSM Collaborative, proposed modifications to the company's EEDSM programs, and commitments around funding that will be available under the Inflation Reduction Act related to the company's EEDSM programs. In my settlement testimony, I support the following compromises related to EEDSM programs. 1. DEC will continue to leverage its commission-approved income-qualified weatherization program and its potential funding with South Carolina Weatherization Assistance Program and will contribute shareholder funds to the South Carolina local weatherization agencies to be used for health and safety funding in DEC's South Carolina service territory. 2. DEC will monitor the quarterly progress of the Duke Energy Progress LLC's residential income qualified high energy use pilot to inform a potential commercialized, full-scale, income-qualified high energy use program in DEC's South Carolina service territory. 3, DEC will work with the EEDSM Collaborative to improve the effectiveness of the Neighborhood Energy Saver program. 4, DEC will contribute shareholder funds towards conducting a low-income affordability study for DEC's South Carolina service territory, similar to the study conducted in DEC North Carolina's service territory. And 5, DEC will develop and implement an action plan in coordination with governmental agencies to encourage and support its customers' participation in the EE opportunities created under the Inflation Reduction Act. Based on my careful review of the provisions related to the company's EEDSM programs, I support the settlement agreement because it represents a just and reasonable resolution of issues raised in this proceeding that pertain to or could impact the company's EE and DSM programs. This concludes the summary of my rebuttal and settlement testimonies.
Thank you, Mr. Duff. Ms. Hager.
Good afternoon, Chair Belzer and members of the Commission. I prepared a summary of my direct and rebuttal testimony for this proceeding. At this time, I am providing a summary of my direct testimony. I will be on a later rebuttal panel and will provide a summary of my rebuttal testimony at that time. In my direct testimony, I describe and support the allocation of the company's electric operating revenues and expenses assigned to the South Carolina retail jurisdiction and to each customer class according to the cost of service studies performed by the company. The purpose of a cost of service study is to align the total cost incurred by the company in the test period with the jurisdictions and customer classes responsible for the costs. The study directly assigns or allocates the company's revenues, expenses, and rate base among the regulatory jurisdictions and customer classes served by the company based upon the service requirements of those respective jurisdictions and customer classes. Once all costs and revenues are assigned, the study identifies the return on investment the company has earned for each customer class during the test period. These returns can then be used as a guide in designing rates to provide the company an opportunity to recover its cost and earn its allowed rate of return. This concludes the summary of my direct testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Hager. Chair Belzer, at this time, this panel is available for third-party cross as well as commissioner questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Before we start questions, why don't we take a short break? Just give everybody a chance to stretch the legs. Let's take about 10 minutes. We'll come back at, 11 minutes. We'll come back at 3:55. 3:55. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you not discuss your testimony with anyone since you're under oath or allow anyone to discuss it in your presence. Thank you. Good afternoon. We are back at the Public Service Commission with the hearing in docket numbers 2023-388E and 2023-403E. As we resume the hearing, all commissioners are present in the hearing room that are here. And we are on cross-examination of this panel. Mr. Hall or Mr. Edwards? Oh, thank you. Commissioners, questions for this panel? I'll start. How about that? Mr. Beveridge, I just have a couple of questions. Under the proposed rate schedules that were included in the application and in the testimony, there's no proposed change to the base facility charge for residential customers. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I like the descriptions of residential customers. Do you work for DEP also? Y'all might want to y'all might want to change some of those descriptions. There's additional language about detached garages, barns, and other structures that are primarily used for residential purposes that are located on the same premise as a separate residential dwelling unit may be served under any applicable residential rate schedule. I just wonder why that is being added. I don't have a problem with it. I'm just asking why it was added.
It's primarily being added based on feedback from customers. Customers historically have wondered why separate meters on their property for something like a barn or something like a garage that generally supports their residents, why that would be considered commercial and under a small general service rate. And so that's what we're opening residential rates up to with that language is for those secondary meters on a residential premise to basically allow that on a residential rate as well.
So if there's a garage apartment, it could be served as a residential rate?
It could, yes.
Okay. But if it's like a shop that there's no living quarters, but somebody may do woodworking or something, that would still be under small general service?
With this change, that shop would be allowed to be under a residential rate as well if the customer wanted it to, provided that the shop wasn't primarily intended for business purposes.
What was or was not?
Was not primarily intended
Okay.
for business purposes.
So just a hobbyist, they may just
As
do
a hobbyist, yes.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all I have at this time. Commissioners? Commissioner Caston?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Beveridge, since you're on a roll, I'll just go ahead and pick up there if that's okay. And that first panel dumped on you a lot. Ask you a few questions relative to the rates. And does DEC use an inclining block in their rates?
We do. In South Carolina, our residential rates are an inclining block structure. On residential rates, RS, RE, and ES.
Where does that start? At 800 or 1,000 or I don't recall.
I believe it's 1,000 kilowatt hours. Yeah, we have a higher rate in cents per kilowatt hour above 1,000 kilowatt hours and a lower rate below 1,000.
DEP has it. Never mind. Doesn't matter. Any thoughts on why inclining block's good or bad? Or preferred or not preferred, or do you have an opinion?
I think there's competing priorities there. An inclining block can help to incentivize less energy usage and energy efficiency in general. A declining block really reflects cost of service and the fact that higher load factors and higher usage are generally lower cost to serve. So it's a balance there between sort of a policy priority of energy efficiency and, a cost of service sort of rate design perspective. And so I think that's why you can have the two different versions. And historically in DEC, we've, I guess that energy efficiency sort of policy perspective is won out with the inclining block rate.
Thank you. And Mr. Callahan stated that the average DEC monthly electric usage was 1073 kilowatt hours. Is that correct?
Yes, he was spot on.
I didn't bring anything to calculate this, so I can't do it. Don't know if you can. Average residential customer using 1,073 kilowatt hours. Using the proposed settlement base rate, including the fuel cost that I think, well, you can't use what you don't know is going to come, but what's existing. The riders, dirt fee, and anything else I left out. Are you able to calculate what that bill would be?
I don't have that in front of me. For residential customers, we frequently use 1,000 kilowatt hours just as a standard metric for comparison across utilities and just as sort of an industry metric. So I do have those figures for 1,000 kilowatt hours, but not for the 1,073.
That would include all the other fuel cost, and
Yes.
well, 1,000's better than nothing. What is it?
So the current rate for DEC South for a residential customer, Schedule RS, with using 1,000 kilowatt hours, is $138.93 per month, and that would include fuel and riders. Under the settlement rates, that would increase to $151.46 August 1st of 2024. And then August 1st of 2026, that would increase again with EDIT rolling off to $157.88.
So if the average was 1073, there would be 73 kilowatt hours at the inclining block rate. I guess it would only affect the base rate, correct? What, do you know what the difference is in that inclining block from the 1,000 or less to?
It's approximately 10% higher.
Okay. So every kilowatt hour would be 10% higher than that kilowatt hours for the base rate below that. Is that correct?
Yes. And I can pull up those proposed rates if it's helpful.
Well, since we're here, if it doesn't take long.
So I will pull up my settlement testimony. My settlement exhibit 1 has all of our rates and rate changes across our different rate schedules. So under the settlement, the Schedule RS rate for the first 1,000 kilowatt hours would be approximately 14.5 cents, and then above 1,000 kilowatt hours would be approximately 15.3 cents.
Microphone.
Yes, this was settlement exhibit number 1, beverage settlement exhibit number 1.
Thank you. Thank you. In a lot of the public hearings, not just this one, but previous ones, not with the DC, but there seems to be a lot of customer confusion relative to the bill. You know, how do I figure my bill? What's in my bill? And I actually looked on my bill to see, you know, if we had all of the, you know, the riders, the dirt, you know, everything on there. And if it was, I just missed it. Well, maybe, and I'm sure someone will clear that up, point that out for me later. But in general, this isn't a trick question, but do you generally agree that customers kind of ought to be able to understand the bill and know where all the costs are coming from? Do you agree with that?
Can you repeat the question? I missed the first few words there. Customers should or customers do?
Customers should be able to.
Yes, absolutely. Customers should.
Are there any plans going forward to continue to look at the bills as far as the itemized items, explanation, clarity, whatever to help? I know Ms. Hunsaker was talking about the online bill calculator, which, you know, would probably be useful. But is there any plans maybe down the road to have it on the bill or back of the bill or something that kind of explains how the number on your monthly bill, that sum that's due, how it came about? These are all the items that went into that.
Yes, absolutely. I think we have several different things going on in that space right now. So the first I would mention is, in this case, beginning August 1st, we're proposing for the summary of rider adjustments, that would be the various rider charges on someone's bill, to show up as a separate line item. Today, time of use customers see that as a separate line item, but non-time of use customers have those riders rolled up into their energy charge, and the majority of our customers are non-time of use, of course. So that'll be a change come August 1st, that'll be a separate line item. And so for DEC South Carolina customers, there's two riders. One is the Energy Efficiency Rider EE, and one is the Excess Deferred Income Tax EDIT. And so Rider EE is a charge, EDIT is a credit, and so the net impact of those will be shown as a line item on the bill, the summary of rider adjustments. And so that change was made in the DEP case, and so this will be sort of following that change to drive some consistency there, and also to drive more transparency, help customers understand that portion of the bill.
Well, that's good to hear. And is this maybe a byproduct or maybe made more available because of the Customer Connect, the SAP new billing system, or is it always been there and now you're working toward doing those things?
I'm not sure whether the timing or technical capability of the change was really related to Customer Connect specifically. I do know we have a lot more capability to show different detail on the bill now, so to some extent that probably is true.
Commissioner Caston, could I add another question?
Yes, ma'am.
My question, you may have heard it earlier, has to do with the timing of the fuel clause and whether there's the possibility of synchronizing that with all changes. Is that also in the works, or is that a different idea?
I'm not aware of any discussions around that right now.
Okay.
I could certainly see the benefit of just fewer rate changes throughout the year.
Right.
But in terms of how much flexibility we have on timing of rider filings and things like fuel, I'm just not aware if we've considered that yet or not.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And I don't remember who asked this, but this was dumped on you by the first panel. I think it was. The difference, all things equal, whether it's 1,000 kilowatt hours, between a DEC North Carolina customer and a DEC South Carolina customer. You know what that bill would look like, or what the difference would be? Snapshot now and then with the proposed?
Yes, I can pull that up, if you'll give me just a moment. So what I do have available in front of me anyway is the Edison Electric Institute, EEI, puts out a biannual report on average rates and several other things across utilities in the United States. And so I have some figures from their most recent report, which was filed for summer of 2023. So it would be 12 months ended June of 2023. And so at that time, the DEC South Carolina average residential rate was $12.16 compared to DEC North Carolina of $11.10. And I have commercial and industrial as well if you're interested in those.
Now, what is that?
That would be the average all-in residential rate. So basically looking at total residential revenues divided by the number of kilowatt hours for residential customers.
And does, when they acquire this information or develop this, do they just go to your website, or they contact Duke and get all the information we were just talking about, or?
We work with them. They provide an Excel template of the different data points that they need to populate their report, and the individual utilities provide them information twice a year for these reports.
So that's about a little over $1 difference.
Just over a dollar difference. I'm sorry. Those figures were in cents per kilowatt hour.
Yes,
so just above 1 cent per kilowatt hour.
I assume that because I'm not sure we'd be here in this.
See an extra 10 seconds there.
I should have cleared that up too, but I just assumed it. I know this is a tough question, but I got to ask it. Do you know why there would be a difference of that magnitude? Or?
No, I can't speak to that. I do know with these reports, again, I think Mr. Callahan mentioned earlier that depending on timing of fuel, timing of different riders and things like that can drive some differences. So it's always hard to compare apples to apples, but I'm not sure what might be driving the difference between north and south here.
All right, thank you. And Ms. Hager,
Yes.
tell me again where you're from.
Alexis, North Carolina.
It just sounds like a wonderful place to be.
It is.
I'll have to see it sometime.
Don't blink, you would miss it.
On page 6, lines 9 through 13 of Mr. Pollock's survey bill, not yours, he states that for the test year, if DEC only had to plan for capacity to meet the average of the 12 CP, there would have been approximately, he didn't say 2,300, but that he just did the totals, about 2,300 megawatts below what they needed to provide reliable service. Do you agree with this analysis or his analysis? Do you need to look at that?
Can you say again where that is?
It was on Mr. Pollock's surrebuttal.
I don't think I have Mr. Pollock's surrebuttal. Does anybody have it?
I'm sorry?
I don't think I have his surrebuttal.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
All right.
Say that again.
Commissioner, if you would, if we could have one moment, we could get a copy of that for the witness, if that would be helpful.
Fine with me. I don't want you to try to answer something that you don't have in front of you, you don't know. I mean,
I'd like to answer it.
Then let's see if we can get that.
Is the testimony or the exhibit?
It's a surrebuttal testimony, right?
Well, that's what I wrote down. I'm assuming that I wrote what I meant. But in the event I'm wrong, I'm going to apologize.
I had Mr. Borden's surrebuttal. Is it Borden or Pollock? It is Mr. Pollock's. It's Mr. Borden's.
Well.
Okay. Now I have Mr. Pollock's surrebuttal.
Ms. Hager, did we hear correctly? You do have
I do have it now.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Beveridge has provided this to me.
Thank you. Commissioner, thank you very much for the time to find that.
Well, if you look up page 6, lines 9 through 13 of Mr. Pollock's surrebuttal, you're not going to find what I just read.
I wonder if it was in his direct.
That's what I'm thinking too. And I'm the one that wrote this.
Pollock direct.
You just tell me what you read and we'll see where we go.
I'll tell you what, let's do that.
Okay.
Here's Pollock direct. Page 6.
Whomever it was and wherever it was. Basically what I'm trying to understand, because I really didn't see anything about it in the settlement proposal. But I remember when I was reading the various and sundry testimonies, including yours, and it may have been Mr. Borden's and Watkins too, and I know Mr. Pollock talks about it. The question was the 1 CP versus the 12 CP, and I think maybe even Walmart suggested 4 CP. Do you have a concern that DEC's use of 12 CP, if they use 12 CP versus 1 CP, would cause DEC the inability to meet peak demand and provide reliable service?
So I don't think what cost allocation method the company uses would impact whether or not we meet peak demand. We're going to plan for the system, and we're going to meet demand. I think the point of my testimony is that we believe, the company believes that 12 CP is a better allocation method than single CP. For all the reasons I have, listed in my testimony. I think the company is more and more concerned about things other than a single CP, particularly with the penetration of solar. That the single CP has always had an issue of can be volatile from year to year, and is obviously very weather dependent. And also it was, frankly, out of step with most other utilities. Now, we don't do everything, we don't do things because other utilities do them, but we do look at what other utilities do.
Well, it sounds like, I think Mr. Pollock also mentioned that DEC's annual load shape is spiky. You agree with that?
Well, I agree that he said it was spiky.
Do you think it's spiky?
I think spikiness can be in the eye of the beholder. Okay. But, so the company said, how are we going to measure how spiky this load is? And that's where the company turned to the FERC tests. And so the FERC has established, used 3 tests over the years, going back probably 25 years, to say, what is the proper method to allocate demand-related production costs. And so the company applied those tests, and very clearly the 12 CP is the appropriate allocation methodology.
Okay, relative to cost allocation.
Yes, not planning, just cost allocation.
Okay, to me, I want to make sure I understand that too, and you've helped significantly. So from a planning point of view, from Duke Energy Carolinas, planning going forward, they look at the peak is the peak.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree with that?
Absolutely. I mean,
when it occurs.
And if you look at how integrated resource planning is done these days, and and at the end of my career, that's what I worked on. But even since I have left the company, they are getting more and more focused on all hours, using things like loss of load probability and things like that. But the point is that the company is looking at all load in all hours and making sure that the load is served in all hours in the least cost method that meets reliability standards.
I understand. That was very helpful. I appreciate it. And if I retire again, I'll come be your bottle washer.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, gentlemen.
Vice Chair Powers.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon. Mr. Beveridge, I want to kind of follow up on what Commissioner Caston was talking about, and that I hope somebody can explain sometime soon why there is such a difference between North and South Carolina. But the idea of ratepayers understanding what they're paying, I think he said he wasn't even sure about his own bill when he looked at it. I'm assuming that Duke Energy Carolinas is on some sort of social media, Facebook, Twitter or something. Is that true or not?
I believe that's true. I believe we have, Duke Energy has some of their own social media pages, and I believe we also monitor social media to, hear from customers in that way as well.
Yeah. I just don't think people, particularly young people, are going to look at a bill. They're probably going to pay it online anyway. And this is just a suggestion. I do not want to run your company, but I would throw out an idea that possibly do a little tutorial or a little film, put it on Facebook or Twitter or even TikTok that somebody could look at that says, I want to tell you how your bill works. And that would be somebody doing it from your perspective, or from the company's perspective. That could explain it to where somebody like Commissioner Caston and I could understand it, understand all the little quirks and different things to it. And also, I think there's going to be some rate shock, because what we've talked about is year 1 and year 2. I think the rate shock is going to be year 3. And I think that some sort of preparation and keep it simple could be very helpful to customers. Does that sound like something you're willing to take back to some group and talk about?
Yes, absolutely. Appreciate those points, can absolutely take those things back. I would say that we recently have a bill presentation team pulled together, understanding the importance of this, the importance of customers understanding the bill. There's been some recent discussion around summary of rider adjustments. So we have a team now, just recently dedicated to thinking about the bill image and how customers interact with it, how customers understand it, and jurisdiction to jurisdiction as well. Carolinas in progress, what are the differences and why are they there? So this is something that we're actively looking at. I know we've also recently added to our webpage I know there's a PDF on there now that talks about the summary of rider adjustments and sort of describes the different riders and how those apply to the bill. I think there's a video we recently put up of one of our spokespeople talking about the summary of rider adjustments and how it factors in. And then we've recently made some updates to a page on our website called How to Read Your Bill. And that shows a bill image and really breaks down each component and how it works. So not saying that we've addressed all of the issues, but it's something we're certainly engaged in and recognize, we want to improve there. And I can take those things back.
I mean, what you have may be something to put on social media. And, you've been doing some TV commercials, maybe put on there, go to Facebook and learn how to read your bill. Or just something. And I'm just thinking out loud. It just came up when Commissioner Caston mentioned his own bill. But it just seems to me that it could be very helpful to have it out there where people can understand it, because people do not. They don't understand it. Don't look at it. If they pay online, they may not even open it if it comes in the mail. They just pay it. But they're going to be in shock when all of a sudden they pay it, it's $20, $30 more, and if they use 2,000 kilowatts, they're going to have a heart attack. I mean, it's going to be a big difference, and I'm just saying, if there's some way to avoid the shock, to look at that.
Yes, absolutely. I think that's fair. I think we are moving in the right direction of creating those materials and trying to find the best way to present that to customers, but then it's not just putting on our website, it's figuring out how you actually get it in front of customers that might not visit the website every day. So I can take that back. Thank you.
Well, if you're going to put it on TikTok, you better do it soon, because they're not going to do it. Mr. Duff, you talked about in your settlement testimony about the $1 million that's been allocated. And now that we know North Carolina's paying less money, I got a question. Is this cost of $1 million or this donation of $1 million, is it based on some study or something that you're doing in North Carolina? Don't tell me you're giving them more.
No, the $1 million amount was a negotiated amount. And it's really designed to be a significant amount of funds to do a study similar to what was done in North Carolina. But given the fact that there's slight timing differences, we've committed that any additional funds not used for that third party to kind of conduct the study of low income and affordability, those funds will go back to the local weatherization agencies as additional funding for the health and safety funding that has been committed to for another $1 million.
If it goes over $1 million, would the shareholders be responsible for it, or would that be stuck on the ratepayers?
I don't anticipate it going over $1 million, so I don't think we have to worry about that, but no, it would not be stuck on ratepayers.
Okay. The reliability metrics that you talked about, the SAIDI and the SAFE sort of things, is that normal industry-wide?
Commissioner Powers, I'm not sure where my testimony.
Let me withdraw that.
I'm sorry.
Well, these potential costs associated with coming up with reliability metrics, where will that come from? Will that come from the ratepayers or shareholders paying any part of it, or?
Again, I'm not sure that's referenced in my testimony regarding EE and DSM programs or the low-income and affordability study.
Okay. All right, so, thank you.
Do you have questions?
That's all I have.
Madam Chair, I'd just like to
Commissioner
clear something.
Caston?
I found the page, and you don't have to look it up. I just
Okay.
don't want you to think I'm crazy.
Okay.
I was referencing the watermark on Mr. Pollock's rebuttal is 6, but at the top of the page, it's page 3. We don't need to go there, don't have any more questions, but
Okay.
it was driving me crazy.
Okay.
Thank you.
I did have another question, and Mr. Beveridge, it may be for you, it may be for somebody else, but from the application, Duke DEC is proposing to cease the Schedule RB, is that correct?
That is correct.
And why is that?
RB is a legacy residential service rate schedule that was based on some thermal conditioning and equipment standards. It's been closed to new customers since 1991 and only has under 5,000 customers on it. So this was just an old rate that really for administrative simplicity, we are proposing to close and transfer those customers to Schedule RS, which are standard residential service rate. And actually our current rates for that Schedule RB are a little bit higher than what we have on Schedule RS. So it really doesn't make a whole lot of sense to have this separate schedule and have customers paying even more when they could be on our standard residential service.
Okay, and how will customers be notified?
We have drafted up an email that will go up to all customers as soon as we receive an order in the case, if that is approved. So customers will be notified that the schedule is closing, that they would automatically be transferred to Schedule RS, and we'll also inform them if they are interested in one of our other rates, that kind of where to go to learn more about those rates.
Will the
and how to
utility be
transition.
available to help these customers understand if RS is the correct schedule or if there might be another schedule that might better fit their purpose?
Yes. The email will sort of direct them to where they can find their own information if they'd like to on our website, but then also our customer service support that can help based on whether they're all electric, meet Energy Star standards, things like that, to find the lowest cost rate for them.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Carolee Williams?
Thank you, Chair Belzer. It's a good thing it's not good evening yet. And I'm sure we won't be saying that to you, at least you three. Mr. Duff, you were expecting this. I agree with Vice Chair Powers. The big impact is coming in 2026. Yes. Do you see any ways that the company can kind of leverage those concerns, those challenges related to energy efficiency? Is that something that you all will be planning for or using the affordability study money to help you make a better transition?
Yes, I think that not only do a number of the specific commitments in the settlement pertain to helping customers be prepared for that 2026 timeframe that you're talking about, But just in general, the company regularly works with stakeholders in its EEDSM collaborative to explore ways to make the programs more relevant, more meaningful, and more attractive to participate in. But specifically to the settlement, I think the affordability study will help better understand and identify the needs of those low to moderate income customers that need the assistance, as well as the action plan requirement to help develop a plan coordinated with governmental agencies to disperse the IRA rebates. There is a tremendous amount of money that is available from the federal government. We have been working with the South Carolina governmental agencies as they prepare to request those funds. Requests are due in January of 2025, but once those funds are granted and the programs are starting to be administered, we have met already with the agencies to be prepared to not only help educate our customers, but help try and qualify them for the rebates that are available through the IRA. There's two different programs. There's the home efficiency rebate program, and then there's the home electrification and appliance program, which again are all designed to help customers become more efficient. The timing of those dollars will align very well. So again, it puts the emphasis on the company wanting to work successfully with the state agencies to have those programs available and the dollars available to help make customers able to make those investments, which, you know, as you said, along with rates, everything is getting more expensive with inflation. So the cost and investment in energy efficiency is becoming more expensive, and we need to make sure that our programs have incentives and offers that are attractive even with those higher inflated prices.
This is for a different docket, I'm sure, but do you think these will, and don't answer it if it's something I shouldn't be asking, but do you think that all of what you've just described will kind of propel us beyond the level of energy efficiency results that we've been able to achieve in South Carolina or in the DEC area?
Yes, I think that, you know, whenever there's more funding available, obviously that will help the economics for customers. And so we're excited about that. Excited with what we can do with our programs in coordination with those programs. But I think as Witness Callahan did an excellent job saying, we're very proud of the fact that we're the leaders in the Southeast. As he referenced, the most recent report that was put out by the cleanenergy.org, we are the leaders in the Southeast, both DEC and DEP. DEC in particular, in their most recent report, the DEC annual reduction was 0.76% of retail sales. Now that is based off of 2021 data, but that's their most recent ranking. And it's important to note, as he said, in the Southeast, the average, including the 0.76 of DEC and the 0.75 of DEP, was 0.19%. So we're 4 times that Southeast average number and above the national average. So
0.19?
0.19%. So it's something we're really proud of. And, you know, you look at those 2021 numbers, and so I anticipated this question. I think it's important to note that since 2021, when we were achieving that 0.76%, DEC's savings, kilowatt hour savings through its programs between 2021 and 2023 actually increased by 14.6%. So we're doing more in 2021, and we were already a leader, and we anticipate doing more. And these federal funds, we think, will help make customer participation more attractive, and then helping low income and vulnerable customers with this health and safety funding that shareholders are contributing to. That's going to increase the number of customers that can participate and take advantage of the weatherization, and those customers can deliver significant savings to the system.
When do you expect an updated number on the efficiency programs in the DEC area?
So I believe the 6th annual report is supposed to come out later. They had some internal labor changeover, and so It's an independent report that we reference because, again, we want it to come from our stakeholders. And so we are understanding that sixth annual report, which will have 2022 numbers in it, it's slated to come out, I believe, in late third quarter of this year. Usually it comes out in early second quarter.
Thank you. I appreciate your anticipating that.
You're welcome.
I think my other questions, I'm going to let you all decide rather than identify someone. But what I found interesting in the settlement testimony on pages 18 and 19 is the rate class, the impact on the rate classes of the proposed increases. And what I noted is the residential time of use, residential heating, outdoor lighting, street public lighting, and traffic signal categories all have the greatest change. They're all in the teens to 20% impact. And if I'm asking the wrong panel, just let me know. But Mr. Beveridge, it looks like you might be tracking me.
Yes.
Okay. I think my question is, from an allocation perspective, did those areas deserve to be dedicating more? Is that what you learned in the study? Am I misunderstanding what this means? But it looks to me like they're increasing, those pots are increasing what they are being asked to give from a charge perspective.
Commissioner Williams, could you repeat that list?
Sure. So I'm on page 18. Yes, you're right. Thank you. I'm in page 18 to 19 of the settlement agreement. It's other matters, number 36.
It's the rate design allocation chart.
And Commissioner, may I just ask a clarification?
Please.
If you will. It may be helpful if you're asking kind of the drivers and the things that would impact that. Maybe that's a question for the witness, but asking how they arrived at specific percentages may be part of the settlement. I just would like to distinguish.
And I am not asking for specifics. It's more general understanding of I may be misunderstanding the chart. But when I look at, for example, and I'm focusing on the numbers in particular that are excluding the EDIT mitigation, but residential service, the increase is 13.3%. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then the categories that I listed, Ms. Hager, were more the ones that were the 5 highest. It was residential time of use, residential heating, outdoor lighting, street public lighting, and traffic signal. And I'm just trying to understand from a general perspective why those areas from an allocation and cost of service are going up more than the others. I think I know the answer, but I'd like to hear you all talk about it.
Sure. So you're correct that those are going up more, and I believe that's driven by their present rates of return are below the average, the residential and lighting classes in particular. So there's presently an interclass cross-subsidy there.
Okay.
And so when we talk about a variance in reduction, or a reduction in the variance, a reduction in cross-subsidy, we're talking about bringing those residential and lighting class rate increases up a little bit to address that historical or present lower rate of return. And in the settlement, we do reach a slightly higher subsidy reduction than what was originally proposed as 10% by the company in its application. So to the extent that the rate class allocation between classes achieves that higher subsidy reduction, it means that some more of the allocation is going towards those residential and lighting classes.
And I can speak to, I think specifically the lighting classes, one of the key drivers is the move to 12 CP.
Okay.
And there, because when we allocate cost on single CP, then lighting doesn't get any. When we go to a 12 CP, you have a higher likelihood that you're going to have some lighting load during some of those peaks. And so that was I know that was likely a contributor to the lighting. I don't know about the residential schedules, but that was not a surprise to see that their rates would go up a little bit more, have a higher rate percentage increase. And our view would be is that that's appropriate, that reflects the cost to serve those customers.
Does the source of lighting impact those numbers? I'm thinking 2018 there would have been fewer LEDs, and again, I'm thinking street public lighting and traffic signals. Does that have an impact?
So we do have different rate classes under sort of cost of service rate classes under lighting. So we do have outdoor lighting, which is typically like residential and commercial outdoor lighting. We have a street and public lighting, which is really governmental lighting, and then traffic signals. And I have to remind myself what the fourth lighting category is here.
Non-standard?
Non-standard, right. That's the legacy. So we do have that broken out in the cost of service, and so you can see some different impacts. But I'm not sure that the type of light, like an LED, would really drive that those changes here.
Thank you. So I'm looking at the residential time of use rate, and these are customers that are trying to, reduce manage their load and their cost. How does that allocation study take that into consideration? And the answer really may be what you said earlier about, they were, just as I look at the rule of thumb of percentages going up, this one just wasn't quite in line. But I think some of the conversation we've had is, you're trying to, you went on this rate to try to reduce your usage and reduce your rates, and now it's going to go up a little bit more than some of the others. Now you've just gotten some kind of a sense of what's going on in my head. Is there any kind of response that you can give me to that makes sense? That's
so
okay.
I can't speak to really historically where that time of use residential rate was set and why it may be lower than our other residential rates. One thing that may be having an impact here is that in this case, we're proposing new time of use periods for that residential rate.
Right.
And that's because those RT time of use periods were set many years ago and frankly are no longer aligned with our cost of service and when we see peaks. And so there might be a reason these things are happening at the same time, that right now we're not sending the most accurate price signals to these customers as to when to shift their usage. And so when we do the cost of service, they may not be seeing the full benefit of how they've modified their load. Whereas once we update those time of use periods and hopefully they're updating their behavior and targeting the new reducing load during that new on-peak window, moving their load to that lower cost discount period, those kind of actions will actually bring down the cost of service to that class and reduce their costs over time. So, we might be sort of doing a disservice to these customers by having outdated time of use signal or time of use periods in place right now that are not really reflecting cost of service. I think that's one factor. There's probably some historical context too, but I think that's relevant here.
That was very helpful and makes sense to me. Ms. Hager, I think this one's for you.
Okay.
you probably heard me ask earlier about just the cost allocation principles and just wanting to understand at a general level, kind of the South Carolina to North Carolina attributions. Will you give me a little tutorial?
I am happy to. I have a hard time finding anybody who will listen to me talk about this stuff. The general answer is that we allocate cost virtually identically between North Carolina and South Carolina. We don't use different methods. There is one exception I do want to talk about, but in general, we're going to allocate our generation and transmission costs based on system usage, whether you're in North or South Carolina, because we operate as a system. Now, distribution, we say, first of all, distribution assets are pretty local. We assign distribution assets to the state, and then we allocate those assets based on non-coincident peak. So we do a little bit of it's done the same way, but South Carolina may get a higher or lower percentage just because of the physical assets that are located in South Carolina for distribution. So that's just the basic answer. Now, the one thing that is done differently is that in North Carolina, we did have a settlement with regard to how we allocate demand-related production costs for the classes in North Carolina. So we first allocate both North and South Carolina retail on 12 CP, and that gives us the slice of the total pie for North Carolina retail. And then within that slice of pie for North Carolina retail, we're using the average and excess method as a result of a settlement. So it doesn't impact South Carolina customers at all. But otherwise, it's virtually, we're doing the same thing for North Carolina as we are for South Carolina. Does that answer the question?
It does. Does it matter if the generation source is in a particular
It does
state?
not.
Okay.
It does not.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Caston?
can I ask
Yes,
something?
but let me just say thank you very much. I think we had the whole room listening, and so your mission is accomplished.
It is.
Thank you, everybody.
Relative to that generation question, I want to make sure I understand it. You said regardless of where the generation is, whether it's in North Carolina, South Carolina, how is that allocated? Again, I'm not sure I understood that. Is it based on the consumption or the demand? Or?
So if you think about production assets, those are generation assets, the capital cost associated with those, they're demand related. So what causes those to occur is demand. And so we allocate those based on demand. And the allocation method we're using now is 12 CP. So we take the total system cost for generation, regardless of where it's located, and we're dividing it by the total system 12 CP to get the portion that's allocated then to South Carolina residential customers, South Carolina classes of customers. And then then energy is allocated based on, the fuel and the variable O&M and things like that are allocated based on energy. And that's the same regardless of where the generation is. It's going to get allocated based on total system energy costs.
All right. I'm going to repeat back in different words on generation.
Okay.
Tell me if I understood it.
Okay.
Total generation. You've got 20 nuclear facilities in South Carolina, made up numbers. 2 in North Carolina, 10 coal plants. You've got generation all over, but you look at them all as generation sources for the both states.
For DEC for both states.
Right. Do you take that total asset, the cost or capital cost, whatever, of those assets, and divide them proportionally over each state based on the demand or usage? If North Carolina has a 60% demand, of the total demand, generation required to meet that demand, South Carolina's 40%. Is that how that's done?
Yes. Yes.
I follow that.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
But do you know the allocation factor? It's not 60/40.
It's not 60/40.
Yeah, it's higher for North Carolina, isn't it?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Somebody may know, but know by revenue what percentage.
That's okay.
But whatever it is, and we've got to throw wholesale in there too, because wholesale's getting allocated a piece of the pie as well.
Just out of curiosity, who would know that?
I probably should. I don't know. Would you have anything on maybe? Who's our revenue requirement? Is you testify?
I can tell you for the EEDSM rider, the jurisdictional split is for DEC is about 75-25, give or take a little bit, but that's it's approximately
75 for North Carolina.
Yes.
Yeah.
But if the generation is, that capital cost is based on the demand or the usage.
North Carolina's higher.
Is higher, has a higher demand.
Correct.
Than South Carolina. North Carolina retail has a higher demand than South
yes,
Carolina retail. And I think your recollection of somewhere around 25% to 30%, that's probably close. Wholesale factors in there as well, but
Okay.
I don't have that exact number.
Is that all?
But I don't think it impacts.
I just want to ask something, and I think
Very
this
helpful.
is,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
this is, I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. For purposes of the settlement, and I'm thinking about somebody else's testimony too, it's not specifically stated that the 12 CP is adopted in the settlement. It's not explicitly stated, but it is implicitly in there. Is that correct?
That is my understanding.
Okay. Well, if somebody disagrees with that later, they can let me know, but.
I think there's no one left standing who's opposing it.
Okay, that's, thank you.
Madam Chair, I understand that to be a
Mr.
black.
Elliott.
Thank you, sorry. I understand that to be a black box settlement. I don't understand it to be implicit, the 12 CP to be implicit. I understand it to be silent. as to
Okay. Silent. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Appreciate it.
Yeah. The lawyers would probably be a better one to answer that question.
That's
Cooper,
just
any-
confirming that that's correct understanding, and we may clarify this a little bit on redirect too, if that's okay.
Thank you. And I'm not trying to get into the settlement negotiations, but it's just a change, and so I just wanted to make sure that I was clear on that. Commissioners, anything further? Mr. Cooper, any redirect? I think this is your panel, isn't it? That was so long ago, I've forgotten.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief in my redirect. Ms. Hager, why don't we start with you, since there were several questions. And I want to point to the settlement, and I want to point specifically to page 18 of the settlement. The settlement doesn't actually say 12 CP. It says the increase in revenue shall be allocated to each rate class as follows, and is shown in attachment B. Isn't that correct?
And you're reading from where, I'm sorry?
Page 18, it's item 36B.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then further, if you were to turn over to page 19, just under the chart, there's C. It says the settlement agreement creates no precedent with regard to the cost of service study, and all parties may argue for different cost allocation, rate design, and revenue spread methodologies in future cases.
It does say that.
Thank you very much. And then one question, this could be for Ms. Hager, and if not, I'll ask Mr. Duff. But regarding the 75-25, it's also true that Ms. Jiggets is going to be coming back to testify as well, and may be able to address that.
I would suggest that could be correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Beveridge, I just have a couple of questions for you. Do you recall asking about some questions about current rates and settlement rates for 1073?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
You were asked some questions about the 1073 average as opposed to the 1,000 average and current rates.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Felt like I was on the stand for a second, Commissioner. And so, subject to check, is it possible that for the 1073, current rates would be 148.63 and settlement rates would be 162.10? Is that?
Subject to check, that sounds about right, because they would be roughly 7% higher than the numbers I quoted. So that sounds roughly correct.
Okay, thank you. And then you were asked a question about syncing tariff changes with fuel. Do you recall that?
I do recall, yes.
Okay. And is it possible that different tariff changes the timing of different tariff changes may respond to regulatory requirements or compliance with order instructions?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. To the extent they're in different dockets, maybe governed by different statutory requirements as far as different riders, fuel versus base rates. So there may be several different kind of requirements and constraints for those.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beveridge. And I have one last line of questions for you. You were asked a few questions about the differences between South Carolina and North Carolina in terms of bill impacts. Do you recall that?
I recall discussing South Carolina and North Carolina sort of average rates and the comparison of those.
And you quoted some numbers from EEI, and it related to DEC North Carolina rates, correct?
I did.
And DEC North Carolina had a rate increase that was effective January 1. Is that correct?
It is correct.
And did the numbers that you quoted then from EEI, those would have been before the DEC North Carolina rate increase. Is that correct?
That's true. These numbers, there is a lag associated with this reporting. So these numbers are based on 12 months that would span July 22 to June 23. So the recent rate case in DEC North Carolina would not be captured here. They would be higher now.
Okay, thank you. And then in terms of understanding like total bill impacts, there could be a number of reasons that would explain why the bill impacts could be different between North Carolina and South Carolina. Do you agree with that general statement?
Yes.
So would an example be that if there was a difference in timing between the two in terms of, say, fuel impacts, could that be something that would change the bill impacts?
Yes, differences in timing for fuel and other riders could certainly, affect the comparison there.
What if there was a difference in EDIT?
Differences in EDIT could factor into differences between the states as well, yes.
And what if there was a difference in the number of customers to allocate these costs over? So if there were a difference in customers in North Carolina versus South Carolina, would that be something that could impact it as well?
It would, yes.
So, subject to check, would you agree with me that DEC North Carolina, just in terms of residential customers, to give an idea, would you say that a fair approximate number of residential customers in DEC North Carolina would be 1.8 million?
Yes.
And for South Carolina, a rough approximation of residential customers in South Carolina would be 500,000.
Subject to check, yes.
So this 3 times the difference in number of customers could also help explain the difference of bill impacts.
Certainly, yes.
Okay. I think, thank you very much to this panel. I have nothing further. I do have one thing.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper.
I would say, subject to my own personal peril, I would ask if witness Duff and witness Beveridge could be excused. We will be calling Ms. Hager back.
The witnesses may stand down. It's up to you whether or not to excuse your witnesses.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
All set? Thank you.
Yes, you may leave the table. Who's next?
Thank you, Chair. At this time, the company would call Mr. Stephen Capps.
We're going to try to go a bit further this afternoon, folks.
Mr. Capps, if you'll raise your right hand, do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Thank you.
All right. I think we're at that time, so good evening, Mr. Capps.
Good evening.
Mr. Capps, please state your name for the record, please.
Stephen Capps.
And by whom are you employed, and in what capacity?
I am Senior Vice President of Nuclear Operations for Duke Energy.
Mr. Capps, have you prepared or caused to be prepared under your supervision direct testimony of 23 pages that was previously filed with the Commission on January 4th, 2024 in this docket?
Yes, sir.
And do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed direct testimony?
No, sir.
Mr. Capps, if I were to ask you the same questions here today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Capps, I'm going to turn to your rebuttal testimony. Have you prepared or caused to be prepared under your supervision rebuttal testimony of 15 pages?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And it was previously filed with the Commission on April 22nd, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed rebuttal testimony?
No, sir.
And Mr. Capps, if I asked you the same questions here today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I've also learned as well, Chair Belzer. So, Chair Belzer, at this time, I would move that Mr. Capps' pre-filed direct testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Capps' pre-filed direct testimony will be received into the record as if given from the stand.
Thank you. And at this time, I would also move that Mr. Capps' pre-filed rebuttal testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Capps' pre-filed rebuttal testimony will be entered into the record as if given from the stand.
Mr. Capps, have you prepared a summary of your direct and rebuttal testimony?
Yes, sir, I have.
Would you please provide the summary of your testimony to the Commission, please?
May I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Does he have exhibits?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Good.
Wanted to make sure, Chair, just to confirm. Thank you. Mr. Capps, no worries. Mr. Capps, would you please provide the summary of your testimony to the Commission, please?
Yes, sir. My direct testimony describes DEC's nuclear generation assets, provides an update on capital additions to the nuclear fleet that the company has made since the 2018 rate case, explains key drivers impacting nuclear operations and maintenance, and provides performance results for the 2022 test period. DEC's nuclear fleet is a critical component of the company's strategy for maintaining safe, reliable, and affordable service for customers in both South Carolina and North Carolina. The nuclear fleet has contributed to the company's ability to provide such service for decades and are projected to be needed for decades more. Overall, the company's request in this case is primarily driven by the capital investments that DEC has made to enhance safety, comply with regulatory requirements, enhance reliability and efficiency, and manage aging and obsolescent equipment. In addition, while the company has effectively managed O&M challenges, it also continues to face O&M pressures. Since the 2018 rate case, the DEC nuclear fleet established new annual generation and capacity factor records in 2019. Catawba Unit 1 achieved the fleet's shortest ever refueling outage in 2021, and Oconee Unit 3 set a record continuous run between refueling outages of over 727 days during the test period. and the company will continue to enhance fleet reliability and efficiency through a variety of initiatives. In addition to the capital investments included in this rate case, the company submitted the subsequent license renewal, or SLR, application for the Oconee Nuclear Station and will pursue SLR for the other stations to allow for the continued use of the fleet for the benefit of customers. In my rebuttal testimony, I respond to the testimony filed by ORS witness Brandon Bickley. The issues discussed in my rebuttal testimony were resolved by the stipulation. This concludes the summary of my pre-filed testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Capps. Chair Belzer, at this time, Mr. Capps is available for cross-examination from the other parties and questioning by the commission.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Mr. Hall or Mr. Edwards?
Good evening, Mr. Capps. Again, Roger Hall with the South Carolina Department of Consumer Affairs. Try to be fairly brief with you. You said you are Senior Vice President of Nuclear Operations. Is that right?
Correct.
And you've been at Duke since 1987?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in your testimony, you talk about the 2% escalator. Is that familiar to you?
It is.
Can you just briefly tell me what that is, as short as possible?
The general concept was an end-of-life reserve for the nuclear fuel that would be associated with the last cycle of operation. Essentially, the unused fuel. The 2% was what we believe to be a reasonable and conservative escalation rate for fuel cost between now and the end of life.
Okay. And the department hasn't taken any position on the escalator, just for your reference. But we were interested in to learn that it was at least partially proposed by Duke to address intergenerational subsidy issues. Is that right?
I think the entire end-of-life reserve, I would say, falls into that bucket for the final fuel cycle, whether it's escalated or whether it's not.
Okay, that makes sense. I was just show you one quote. I'm looking on page 6, lines 15 to 20 of your rebuttal. I'll let you read it, but I'm going to put it on the screen here for the commission. Again, if you could please read lines 15 to 20. Sorry, long day.
Removal of the escalation could also disservice future customers. For example, if the company has not collected sufficient funds to cover the last core costs and needs to seek recovery from future customers who may not have received benefits of the company's nuclear generation. The company's approach of applying the 2% escalation therefore also reduces the risk of potential future intergenerational subsidy issues.
Thank you. So here you appear to be saying that if future customers pay for power they did not receive the benefits of, then that would create an intergenerational subsidy issue. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So you're responsible for the nuclear operations at Duke, but I would assume you also know that the company has coal-fired power plants?
Yes, sir. I am aware of that.
Okay. And you've been at Duke since 1987. So I would assume you're aware the company is producing coal ash since at least the 1970s?
Yes, sir, I am aware of that.
Okay. And are you aware the company is seeking to recover coal ash-related costs in this case?
Yes, sir, I am aware.
Okay, so I want to ask then, would it be correct, based on your prior statement, that if the company seeks recovery from future customers who may not have received benefits of the company's coal generation, then that also would create an intergenerational subsidy issue?
I would say to understand that, you would have to understand how the cost and the regulatory environment associated with both costs played out over time. And specific to the coal ash and the requirements and the cost, that would be a question more appropriate for Ms. Bednarsik.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind, but thank you for your time. That's all I have.
Commissioners, questions for Mr. Capps? Commissioner Carolee Williams.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I didn't want to say that. Good afternoon. It's still afternoon in my book. My questions are a little bit related, but more general, and that is for nuclear power plants, are there elements, why is it that we're talking now about end-of-life funding?
So for nuclear plants, for the plant proper, there's a federal requirement, 10 CFR 5075, that requires you to have a nuclear decommissioning fund. And that fund covers the essentially the dismantling and cleanup of the plant proper. The significant things that are not included in that is the end-of-life fuel. And I can explain why end-of-life fuel is different than any other fuel if we need to talk through that. And then the material, the inventory that we have to maintain to ensure we can keep the plants operating and reliable on an ongoing basis. Those two things aren't covered by the fund. And so that, I think that's why we're talking about those now, because that's kind of the uncovered piece of the puzzle.
I think what I was expecting you to talk about is what you just said, the uncovered piece of the puzzle. Are there elements of managing a nuclear power plant and its decommissioning that weren't known in this federal process, or that weren't known in prior rate proceedings?
I don't think it's as much weren't known as it is just weren't recognized or weren't accounted for. The decommissioning fund that essentially had to be put in place once you became, in a period of time, once you became a license holder, once the plant was started, it accounts for the plant proper, but it did not account for the end-of-life fuel or the materials and supplies, the inventory that we have to maintain.
And I'm thinking about some of the customer comments, and so I think the answer you just gave me is that they weren't recognized and accounted for, and that's why this is being added at this point. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am, I think that is accurate.
Okay. Thank you very much. No further questions.
Commissioners? Any redirect?
Chair, I have none.
Thank you. Mr. Capps, thank you for your testimony today, for being here. You may stand down.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Chair, and I understand the admonition, but I do request that Mr. Capps be excused. At my own peril. Yes, yes, ma'am. And at this time, well, I'll
Yes.
pause, Chair, to see.
No, please go.
Okay. And at this time, Chair, the company would call Ms. Jessica Bednarsik and Mr. Sean Riley.
Ms. Bednarsik, if you'll raise your right hand, do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. And Mr. Riley, do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Chair Belser, Brandon Marzo, on behalf of Duke
Good
Energy
afternoon,
Carolinas.
Mr. Marzo. Thank you.
Chair Belser, just to reaffirm, the panel will be appearing in their direct format at this time. They will be coming back in rebuttal. So I will begin by swearing them in on their direct testimony. Ms. Bednarsik, could you please state your name and business address for the record? And by, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Did we swear the witness? I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay.
Jessica, your microphone.
There we go.
My name is Jessica Bednarsik, and my business address is 525 South Tryon Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
And by whom are you employed in what capacity?
I am employed by Duke Energy Business Services, and I am the Senior Vice President of Enterprise Safety and Generation Services.
And have you prepared or caused to be prepared under your supervision direct testimony of 81 pages that was previously filed with the Commission on January 4th, 2024 in this docket?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or additions to your pre-filed direct testimony?
No.
If I ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Chair Belzer, at this time, I would move that the pre-filed direct testimony of Ms. Bendarsic be admitted to the records if given orally from the stand.
Ms. Ben-Narsic's pre-filed direct testimony will be received into the record as if given from the stand.
Thank you, Chair Belzer. Mr. Riley, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Sean Patrick Riley, 101 Seaport Boulevard, Boston, Massachusetts, 02210.
And Mr. Riley, on whom are you employed and in what capacity?
PricewaterhouseCoopers, I'm a partner.
Have you prepared or caused to be prepared under your supervision direct testimony of 33 pages that was previously filed with the Commission on January 4th, 2024 in this docket?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or additions to your pre-filed direct testimony?
I do not.
If I ask you the same questions here today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Have you prepared or caused to be prepared under your supervision one exhibit labeled Riley Exhibit 1 that was previously filed with the Commission as an attachment to your pre-filed direct testimony in this docket?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or additions to your exhibit?
I do not.
Chair Belzer, at this time, I will move that the pre-filed direct testimony of Mr. Riley be admitted into record as given orally from the stand, and that Mr. Riley's Exhibit 1 be marked for identification and moved into the record.
Mr. Riley's pre-filed direct testimony will be entered into the record as if given from the stand. Mr. Riley's direct Exhibit 1 will be marked for identification as hearing Exhibit 18 and received into the evidence of this case.
Thank you, Chair Belzer. Ms. Bendarsic, have you prepared a summary of your direct testimony?
Yes.
And Mr. Riley, have you prepared a summary of your direct testimony?
I have.
Chair Belzer, I'd ask that Ms. Bendarsic be allowed to summarize her testimony, followed by Mr. Riley.
Certainly. Thank you.
Ms. Bendarsic, please summarize your testimony.
Chairwoman Belzer and members of the Commission, my testimony supports cost recovery for activities undertaken by Duke Energy Carolinas, which I will refer to as DEC or the company, in connection with closure of its coal ash management units, including basins and landfills. Coal combustion residuals, or CCR, also known as coal ash, is a byproduct of burning coal to produce electricity. Over time and consistent with industry standards and applicable environmental regulations, the company constructed, maintained, and utilized a combination of surface impoundments, or ash basins, and landfills to manage CCR that was generated from providing electricity to South Carolina and North Carolina customers. As those laws have evolved over time, the company, like many utilities across the country, is required to close its ash basins, which have served North and South Carolina customers for decades. The company seeks in this proceeding the recovery of costs associated with this environmental compliance. In my direct testimony, I discussed the cost recovery for activities undertaken by the company in connection with closure of its coal ash management units, including basins and landfills. The closure of each of the company's coal ash basins, for which recovery is sought in this proceeding, is mandated by law. In particular, a rule promulgated by the Federal Environmental Protection Agency, also EPA or the agency, on April 17, 2015, which I will refer to as the CCR rule. I discussed the company's compliance with the CCR rule, along with state requirements, like the South Carolina Solid Waste Policy and Management Act, which is a solid waste law, and the South Carolina Pollution Control Act, a water quality law. In North Carolina, the applicable state-specific laws include CAMA and the solid waste and water regulations. The CCR units for which cost recovery is sought in this proceeding are located at the following plants owned and operated or formerly operated, in the case of a retired plant, by the company. In South Carolina, W.S. Lee, and in North Carolina, Allen, Blues Creek, Cliffside, Marshall, Buck, and Dan River. My testimony discusses each of these facilities and the site-specific characteristics that determine the most cost-effective closure method under the applicable federal and state regulations. I present in my direct testimony the historical spend, as well as the budgets that are updated quarterly to incorporate the knowledge and experience the company has gained during the project, as well as to incorporate scope changes or estimate deviations. In each instance, the applicable CCR facility is being closed by excavation, that is, by removal of the coal ash stored or disposed of in the facility. My direct testimony establishes that the costs incurred in connection with CCR basin closure at these plants were reasonably and prudently incurred in order for the company to meet its obligations under applicable laws and regulations. Accordingly, the company is entitled to recovery of the coal ash basin closure compliance costs, which it seeks in this proceeding. Finally, as has been discussed by other DEC witnesses previously, the ORS, DEC, and all but one intervener entered into, or do not object to, a settlement agreement that was filed with the Commission on May 17, 2024, that resolves all issues in the case, including the company's request to recover coal ash compliance expenditures. I support the settlement agreement as a reasonable resolution of this case, and the Commission should approve the settlement agreement without modification. Thank you. That concludes the summary of my pre-filed direct testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Bendarsic. Ms. Riley, would you summarize your testimony?
Certainly. Good evening, and thank you for having me here today. My direct testimony addresses the concept of deferral accounting, including the recovery of deferred costs through the rate-making process. In particular, I address the appropriateness of recovering both the deferred cost itself and a return on the unamortized balance of the deferred cost when recovery occurs over an extended period. When utility investors supply the funding for expenditures prior to recovery from customers, a return is generally permitted on such a regulatory asset until recovery has occurred. In other words, investors receive both a recovery of and a return on their investment. In addition, the investor would typically receive a return on its investment until the balance has been recovered to account for the time value of money. In this manner, the investor is made whole for its investment. To the extent a utility incurs a cost of providing service that is unanticipated or at a level that was not recovered in existing rates, it must utilize its own funds provided by investors to pay for such costs. Typically, operations and maintenance costs that are considered recoverable from ratepayers are recovered quickly from the current ratepayers who benefited from such expenditures. If recovery of these costs is deferred to the future, customers are essentially receiving a loan from the utility since, by definition, these costs are not being recovered in current rates, and then customers will instead pay for the utility's expenditures over a period of time rather than the point the utility incurs the expenses or shortly thereafter. As a result, cost deferrals for costs deemed prudently incurred should receive a return to compensate a utility investor for the use of capital. This concludes the summary of my direct testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. Chair Belzer, the witnesses are now available for cross-examination and questions from the commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Marza. Mr. Hall or Mr. Edwards?
Madam Chair, these witnesses are being split, and I'm just trying to decide, given where we are today, whether I might just reserve my questions for when they return.
Sure, take a few minutes.
On rebuttal, okay.
Take a few minutes.
A couple minutes, I
And
appreciate
if you need to talk to Mr. Robinson or somebody, or Mr. Marzo, let me know.
Chair, I could not quite hear Mr. Hall.
He asked it, he just needed a minute to see whether or not, since the direct and rebuttal are being split, if he might want to reserve and just ask questions after the rebuttal or not. And if y'all need to discuss, that's fine too. We'll stand at ease for a few minutes.
Madam Chair, I think just given the time, I will defer my questions until they return on rebuttal.
That mean you're ready to go home?
We have no objection.
Both are returning for rebuttal. Is that right?
That's right.
That's right. That's right.
Okay. Commissioners, questions for either of these witnesses? Vice Chair Powers?
Thank you. Mr. Riley, I have to tell you, I'm a little disappointed. When I looked out there in the audience, I thought it was Stephen Colbert. I know you've gotten that before.
I have gotten that before.
I used to get the Bill Clinton thing all the time, so I know how you feel. The deferrals, with the deferrals, and I think there's some question as to what future ratepayers are going to pay. Is it somewhere, is it like customers getting interest-free loans, or could you just go into that a little bit more?
In terms of the concept of what I was just talking about a moment ago about the interest-free loans? So the concept is basically a utility is out-of-pocket cash today. So earlier on, we talked about storms, a large storm. So a storm comes through, the utility incurs $100 million. It does everything it needs to do to restore power, and will consider all of those costs prudently incurred. But to put those all into rates today, we would end up with what we would call rate shock.
Sure.
It would be a spike to the ratepayers, and so in the interest of managing rate shock, the idea would be to say we're going to recover it over a period of time, 5 years. Some utilities it's even longer than that, but the utility is out-of-pocket cash, and there are real costs for that cash. It either came from creditors, debt, or investors' equity, but it's a real financing cost. And so to not give a carrying charge on those deferred costs, ratepayers are effectively getting an interest-free loan because there is a real cost to the utility, but they're not being reimbursed for that. So that's the concept that I'm trying to convey.
Well, I think, I can't remember who, but somebody in the ORS testimony recommended lengthening some of the deferral periods. Or you've read the testimony, are familiar with it?
I'm not familiar with that passage, but I'm familiar with the concept.
Well, do the lengths of the proposed amortization periods result in, I think that's what I'm trying to get at, future ratepayers paying for a benefit they didn't receive?
Effectively, and certainly in my example there on storms.
Okay.
But with any rate case, it's a balancing act, and there's lots of considerations, and so it's a consideration of how much rate shock are you trying to manage, and what are the rates and returns and things like that. So there's a lot of considerations that go into that.
Okay. Well, I don't know. It seems like maybe I don't understand all of them, because it seems to be a lot of use of deferrals, not just storms. Okay. Ms. Bednarczyk, is that how you pronounce it?
Bednarczyk.
Bednarczyk. Thank you. You talked about in somewhere in this testimony about the Dominion cases and removal of coal ash. Do you know that was part of their case, or did they not even seek recovery?
My understanding is that the activities that Dominion is doing to manage their coal ash basins under South Carolina requirements and federal requirements was part of their recovery, their request.
Okay. and they do not have any business as far as North Carolina.
I do not know.
Okay. And the laws, certainly you understand in your position that the laws in North Carolina and South Carolina are different. Do you not?
So there is an overarching federal rule that the US EPA, they originally put it out in 2015, came out with a revised rule, enhanced rule, about a month ago. We're also waiting for the federal EPA to come out with a CCR permit program. We anticipate that coming out in the next couple of months. So when you look at the coal ash laws and requirements as a whole, we have to meet federal regulations and state regulations. So everyone across the entire country who has coal ash basins that need to be addressed has to meet the requirements of the federal law. And then each individual state has requirements for those individual states as well. So you have to meet both of them. But the federal law is the overarching one that, and even on the federal law, there is some provision that states can adopt the federal law, but it has to be as restrictive as the federal law, or it could be more. But we have to, everyone across the country has to meet that federal law.
Well, is it a new law or just a new interpretation by the EPA?
So the original CCR rule came out in 2015. In the early 2000s is when EPA decided we need to do some type of regulation specifically for coal ash and coal ash basins. And I'm going off of memory, early 2000s. The actual first rule from EPA came out in 2015. Now there was revisions that happened since then, but there was a larger revision that happened, like I said, about a month ago that brought in what we call legacy ponds, and also bringing in other areas called CCR management units. We're evaluating that law right now. But the original federal one happened in 2015.
Okay. Are you aware that the EPA's interpretation, this new interpretation is currently under legal challenge?
So there's a couple different legal challenges. So there is an interpretation, a challenge, and I reference it, I believe, in my testimony, because Duke Energy Indiana is part of it. That is a specific interpretation about how the updated or the change interpretation, utilities thought was very clear what the EPA said in the rule related to infiltration of liquids. How do liquids come into the basin? And over time, EPA has clarified their interpretation that when they were talking about infiltration, it wasn't just from the rain or just from, because when we use these as water treatment facilities, that's how they were permitted and that's how they were used under state laws as a water treatment facility. We would have pipes that would sluice the coal ash into the basins. So for a very long time, that's how everyone across the industry evaluated the law and said infiltration is from the rain or from those pipes. EPA has clarified what they meant by infiltration, that they also meant groundwater flowing through the bottom of the basin. And that is what I will say Duke Energy Indiana, as part of the Utility Solid Waste Action Group, which is there's a litigation going on right now, it's about how EPA did that interpretation and came out with that interpretation and made that interpretation known. So that's the current lawsuit that's going on. The new rule that came out about a month ago, EPA has clarified that within this new, newly published law.
Doesn't the EPA change their interpretation depending on who's in office?
So not necessarily. So once it is law, and there's challenges that happen along the way, but what we have seen over the years, there's laws that come in. Sometimes new administrations may change a little bit here and there, but we have to meet the requirements of the law. It would not be prudent on the company to say, well, we're gonna wait and not comply with the law because we're hoping a new administration may change things. It takes a long time for EPA to go through the process. For example, I mentioned the original CCR rule. They started in the 2000s, early 2000s. The first rule was not published until 2015. And now this revised one came out this last month. So it takes a long time to go through that process. And multiple administration changes happened during that time period. But EPA has moved forward with the rules as they are written and as they have moved it over time.
Okay. Well, let's talk about a little bit about the North Carolina law, the Coal Ash Management Act, CAMA, we call it. Did it impose requirements relating to the timing and closure of coal ash basins?
So the Coal Ash Management Act, I will say that across the board, the requirements of how we have to manage the ash, close the ash basins, is the activities that we have done in order to meet the Coal Ash Management Act are the same activities that need to be done under the federal CCR rule. Now, timing-wise, there was some of the basins under the Coal Ash Management Act that had to be closed sooner than what would be required under the federal law. But when you look at the overall actions that have to be covered, in my testimony, we showed that for specifically for Dan River, that was one of the ones that we showed. That was one under the Coal Ash Management Act. We had to close earlier. If we would have tried to close it today to meet the federal laws, what we did is cost effective, was appropriate. So the fact that North Carolina required us to close it earlier doesn't change anything related to compliance and the compliance costs to meet those compliance obligations.
Well, the North Carolina law, the CAMA law that required you to do these things in a different manner, quicker than you wanted, accelerated the timing, I guess is the right word. Does that cost South Carolina anything? We're talking about a river in North Carolina that runs into Virginia. What's the cost for South Carolina for that?
So let me make clear that the Dan River incident, where there was the release of the ash out of the pipe, no customers, North Carolina or South Carolina, paid for anything related to the costs with that event. The costs that we have as part of the case here are the costs to meet the federal CCR rule and the state laws themselves, but nothing related to the release of the ash into the Dan River. What we had to pay to fix that, to clean that up, we have never asked for any cost from any customers to address those issues.
What you're seeking is not under CAMA, it's under South Carolina law and the federal law interpretation. Is that correct?
So what was included in this case, all the costs associated with this case are costs to meet environmental compliance obligations under the federal CCR rule as well as state rules.
Okay. One more question. To your knowledge, are the coal ash expenses of which recovery is being sought in this proceeding, does it include any fines, penalties, or expenses associated with the finding of mismanagement on behalf of the company in the wake of the Dan River spill?
Absolutely not. As I said, none of those costs go towards customers. Anything related to fines or penalties related to Dan River, anything related to fines or penalties for any of our activities do not go against customers.
Okay, so what you're asking for now is based upon what?
What we're asking for now are the required compliance costs, the cost to implement and meet the environmental compliance obligations under the federal CCR rule and state regulations.
Okay, how do you determine South Carolina's share of cost?
So that would be a better question for witness Jiggets on the allocation. I focus on I'm My organization is the project management organization that implements what we need to do to meet those environmental compliance obligations. So I make sure what we are doing meets those obligations in a prudent, cost-effective way. How it gets split, that's a better question for Ms. Jiggets.
Well, how much you're asking for, I think you would know that, wouldn't you?
So that was in my testimony. And we did because I heard in our last case, there was a lot of question about, we like to talk about things on a system base because that's how I manage, is system base. But we did provide in my testimony what we were requesting on a South Carolina retail base.
Could you look that up?
So I'm looking it up right now. So it's in my direct testimony. And I will say there's two different page numbers on the direct testimony. So I'll go off the one on the right-hand side, page 8 of 82. It's table 1. And what we were asking for, again, this is outside of the settlement agreement.
Yeah.
But what we asked for in my testimony was 235 millions, and that's for spend between September 2018 to September 2023, and a forecast up to December 2023. Witness Jiggets has those updated costs.
Okay. Well, since you work on a system-wide basis, you have that number, and you know what the settlement number, suggested settlement number is, do you not?
I do have the settlement number of what was agreed to in the settlement for reductions.
Settlement agreement, yeah.
And I have the settlement agreement. Can't do math in my head, I will say that. But for the reduction, again, the system-wide cost, what we asked for, subject to Witness Jiggets being able to confirm this, we originally asked for on a retail, South Carolina retail basis of $235 million. And we had the, on the settlement agreement, I'm looking at item number 11 on page 8 of the permanent one-time disallowance of $17,245,000.
Okay, so you subtract that from the other number, and that gives you roughly, let's just say 240 million.
Subject to check, like I said, well, not 240, 235 minus 17 million. So that would be 200, yeah.
All right. Well, if you since you work on the whole system, you got 218 here. How much is North Carolina paying?
So I don't have the details of the North Carolina, whatever we have with our rates for North Carolina. What we have agreed to, I don't have that in front of me, but if you do the subtraction from at least what we are asking for, the time period that we are asking for for this case, system base, what we have spent during that time period is $994 million.
Okay, so if you got the number from North Carolina and you've got the 218, we can kind of figure out what that ratio is, could we not?
We could.
But you don't have it.
I don't have it in front of me.
You think Ms. Jiggets would have it?
Yes, she would.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you. I have, I think, just one question. This would be for you, Ms. Bednarchet. So there's a lot of work going on, I would assume, and a lot of people involved in doing the work. And my question is, in connection with the people that are performing the work, are the appropriate precautions being taken to ensure that those people are not endangered by doing this work, whether you're talking about the ones that are there physically moving this stuff around, or nearby neighbors, or people up and down the street if stuff's being hauled off. My concern would be is that if something comes up later and there's some big liability because some of these people had health issues as a result. So is the company doing everything correctly to keep that from being an issue in the future?
Well, so first of all, when you say people have had issues or health issues related to this, I will say that I am not aware of any health issues from the Duke Energy basins and the operations of our basins directly related to coal ash. We have shown through risk assessments that what is going on at our basins, that there is no harm to human health or ecological health based upon the coal ash basins, how they were operated, with all the groundwater monitoring that is going on around them. So I want to make sure it's clear that we have kept our neighbors safe. For the people that are doing the work in the field, we are following, of course, all of the OSHA regulations related to industrial hygiene monitoring, making sure that the means and methods are there so that there isn't any potential exposure. Also, there are things we have to do related to making sure dust is managed appropriately, that doesn't leave our site. We have to, we do a lot of adding water into the roads to keep the dust down so it stays on site, to make sure that we're keeping our neighbors safe and our employees safe as well. So we have to provide that information. If there is dust that leaves the site or we get a complaint from a neighbor, we have to document that. We have to post it on a public website, and we have to show what we are doing to make sure that neighbors are safe and that our employees are safe.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
One more thing.
Vice Chair Powers?
So just so I'm sure, because, there's been all kind of speculation about all of it. The fines and penalties that Duke had to pay is not being in some reserve or being paid by the ratepayers. It's being absorbed by Duke and by the shareholders.
That is correct. Fines, penalties related to coal ash, none of those, or anything related to the Dan River release, none of those went to customers. And that was borne by shareholders.
God bless you. Thank you.
Commissioners, further questions? Any redirect?
Just very brief. Ms. Bendarsic, just a few brief questions for you. I believe you were asked by Vice Chair Powers some questions about the CCR rule and the current state of the CCR rule. Am I correct that the company is required to follow the law?
Yes.
Okay. And whatever the regulation is, you've got to comply with that regulation, be it state or federal. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say that the actions the company is seeking recovery for in this case, you're required to meet those regulations, but the actions you're taking are very similar to the actions that are being taken by other utilities across the country who are also under the federal law?
That is correct.
Okay, and they also have to comply with state laws?
Yes, that is correct.
And in some instances, those state laws can be more or less, or they can't be less stringent than the federal law, but they can be more stringent, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And these regulations apply to utilities across the country, and Duke's request in this case for compliance is no different than those similar scratch that I think I've asked that. Are the cost companies seeking this case for environmental compliance, or is it ash basin costs if that has been prudently incurred?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I think there were a lot of numbers thrown around a moment ago, and I just want to clear up the numbers that are being discussed in this case. Now, as it pertains to the settlement agreement, am I correct that the company has accepted a $17 million reduction, $17.4 million reduction from what is requested?
That is correct.
And in addition to that, the company is not going to pursue costs that it believed was prudently incurred and should be recovered, valued at $36 million, which is the previous disallowed cost.
Yes, the number I first provided to the commissioner, the $235 million on a retail South Carolina, did not include those costs that we're asking, that were previously disallowed, that we were asking in this case. So that's why I only discussed the $17.245 million. But you are correct. We did ask for in my testimony, an additional for previously disallowed 36 million, and we said we will, as part of the agreement, we would not pursue recovery of those 36 million.
Okay. And I believe earlier, you may have heard testimony of Ms. Hager when she talked in response to questions from the commission about cost allocation. Do you recall some of those?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask you the question that Commissioner Powers asked you because I think you referred that to Ms. Jiggets, but environmental costs, are they considered to be system-wide costs?
Yes.
Okay, so to the extent that there's cost causation allocations, Ms. Jiggets can explain how that's allocated between two states?
Yes.
Okay. Chair Belzer, that's all the redirect. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your testimony this afternoon. We certainly appreciate you being here. I'm sure this is the most important place you wanted to be today. But thank you. You may stand down, subject to whatever your counsel tells you. This next witness may be a while. Do you anticipate?
Chair, I think it really depends, but it is one witness. He's virtual, and I do believe, subject to counsel's cross-examination, commissioner questions, it may be relatively quickly. I'll defer to DCA, who's crossing.
I'm not asking you to divulge any trial strategy, Mr. Hall. But I don't know that he's coming up on rebuttal.
I do not, I believe you're correct that he is not, and I don't know that, I wouldn't say it's going to be quick.
Okay. Think we might finish by 6:30? Depends, huh?
Sorry, wrong document.
We've just got a lot to cover, and I'm just trying to keep moving as best we can, but if it's going to be lengthy, Mr. Hall, I understand.
Yeah, I think if the idea is to end by 6:30, given that they have to put them up and then have a summary and everything, probably best to wait.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Now, tomorrow, we're going to need to take some witnesses out of order. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Walmart is going to present Ms. Perry first thing. So
Okay.
when we start, we're going to have her testify out of order. And I've spoken with Duke and DCA's counsel, and they were okay with doing her examination out of order.
And then what about Mr. Duncan?
Yes, Chair Belzer. Jake Duncan we also asked that he be available or testify either this afternoon or tomorrow morning. I will say he is available to testify now. My understanding is that cross-examination may be relatively short for him, so we would be happy to put him up if the other parties in the commission.
Is there any
okay with that.
objection to taking up Mr. Duncan this afternoon? Is that going to mess anybody's?
No objection, Chair.
No objection, that we will be quick.
Thank you. That would be great if we could do that. If anybody needs to stand up and stretch, head and shoulders, knees and toes, go ahead. Does anybody need 5 minutes? Let's take 5 minutes. Miss Cindy, what time is it? We'll take 7 minutes. We're coming back at 6. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize, but we just need to keep pushing through. Good afternoon, and we are back in the hearing at the Public Service Commission in dockets numbers 2023 388E and 2023 403E. All commissioners are present. We will now recognize South Carolina Coastal Conservation League, Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, and Vote Solar to present their witness. Good afternoon, Mr. Gooding.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Belser. My name is Thomas Gooding, and I would like to call Jake Duncan to the stand. I'm sorry, yes.
Mr. Duncan, if you raise your right hand, do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Mr. Duncan, would you please state your name, title, and employer for the commission?
My name is Jake Duncan. I am the Southeast Regulatory Director for Vote Solar.
Mr. Duncan, did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket on April 8th, 2024, direct testimony consisting of 51 pages?
Yes, I did.
And did you cause to be pre-filed on April 18th, 2024, corrected direct testimony also consisting of 51 pages?
Yes.
Do you have any further changes or corrections to your pre-filed corrected direct testimony at this time?
No, I do not.
Mr. Duncan, if the questions put to you in your corrected direct testimony were asked at the hearing today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And did you also attach to your corrected direct testimony 2 exhibits, your resume, identified as Exhibit JD1, consisting of 2 pages, and a summary of certain data from your analysis, identified as Exhibit JD2, consisting of 4 pages?
Yes.
Were each of those exhibits to your testimony prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes, they were.
Chair Belzer, I would now move to have Mr. Duncan's pre-filed corrected direct testimony entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Duncan's pre-filed corrected direct testimony will be entered into the record as if given from the stand.
Thank you. I would also move to have Mr. Duncan's pre-filed exhibits JD1 and JD2 entered into the record as the next composite hearing exhibit.
Mr. Duncan's pre-filed exhibits JD1, wait a minute, I lost you, there we go. JD1 and JD2 will be a composite exhibit marked for identification as hearing exhibit 19 and received into the evidence of this case. Thank you.
Mr. Duncan, did you also cause to be pre-filed in this docket on April 29th, 2024, surrebuttal testimony consisting of 9 pages?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed surrebuttal testimony at this time?
No.
Mr. Duncan, if the questions put to you in your surrebuttal testimony were asked at the hearing today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Chair Belser, I would now move to have Mr. Duncan's pre-filed surrebuttal testimony entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Duncan's pre-filed surrebuttal testimony will be entered into the record as if given from the stand.
Thank you. Mr. Duncan, do you have a prepared summary of your testimony?
Yes, I do.
Would you please read your summary for the commission?
Good evening, Chair Belzer and members of the commission. As I stated, my name is Jake Duncan. I am the Southeast Regulatory Director for Vote Solar, here testifying on behalf of CCL, SACE, and Vote Solar. I have 7 years of experience in the energy sector and currently work at Vote Solar, where I lead our regulatory and legislative efforts in the Carolinas and Tennessee to promote a more reliable, equitable, and cost-effective transition to clean energy. Happy to answer any more questions from the Commission about my academic professional background, if that's helpful. My testimony in this proceeding focuses on DEC's reliability performance in South Carolina and the importance of expanding the company's reliability reporting to include customer-focused reliability metrics and reporting geographically granular reliability data. Currently, the company reports 2 system-level reliability metrics that describes the average performance of its entire system. SAIDI, which is System Average Interruption Duration Index, measures the average duration of service interruptions, and SAIFI, which is System Average Interruption Frequency Index, which measures the average frequency of interruptions across the company's system. As illustrated in my pre-filed testimony, DEC's stating safety score shows that the company's system-level reliability has worsened since its last rate case. In fact, the South Carolina territory of DEC appears to be among the least reliable when compared to other South Carolina utilities and to other Duke subsidiaries.
This is a concerning trend considering that the company has spent approximately $433 million on reliability-related investments since the last rate case. An important aspect of using SAIDI and SAIFI to benchmark reliability performance is that they only describe the company's reliability at the system level. This means that the entirety of DEC South Carolina's system and the experiences of the over 650,000 customers on its system are described by two numbers. I believe this is insufficient as system-level averages do not communicate all the important nuances of reliability performance. To remedy this, I made two core recommendations in my testimony. First is to report reliability metrics at a geographically granular level, such as census tract or zip codes. And second is to report reliability metrics that describe the customer experience. My analysis and research has indicated that some communities within DEC South Carolina's service territory may experience worse reliability than others. This is consistent with statistical principles of system average. Part of the average will be higher than average and part will be lower. As explained in my testimony, I conducted a high-level analysis of zip code level reliability data and found that there is indeed variation within the quality of service based on zip code. This means that reliability performance is not uniform across DEC's South Carolina system. Although my analysis does demonstrate that variation in reliability does exist among communities within DEC's service territory, to determine with accuracy which zip code, census tracts, communities, neighborhoods are in the greatest need of reliability performance, the company needs to track and report its own reliability data at these more geographically granular levels. Further, as I mentioned, SAIDI and SAIFI only describe the reliability performance of the grid itself. It describes the performance of the substations of circuits. It does not describe how customers on the substations of circuits experience those interruptions. Fortunately, the same standard that defines SAIDI and SAIFI also defines customer-focused reliability metrics. I recommend that the company adopt two of these metrics. The first is called Customers Experiencing Multiple Interruptions, or SEMI, which tracks the number of interruptions per year each customer experiences. So for example, a SEMI 6 score of 10% means that 10% of the customers have experienced 6 or more interruptions in that year. The other metric is customers experiencing long duration interruptions, or CELID, which similarly describes the number of hours that a customer experiences in a year. Again, a CELID score of 6, CELID 6 score of 10%, excuse me, indicates that 10% of customers would be experiencing a cumulative 6 hours of outages or more per year. These two metrics are important because they add an element of quality to SAIDI and SAIFI and help identify whether or not there are outliers. Then if we combine these customer-focused reliability metrics and the geographic reporting, we'll be able to capture variances in reliability that may occur within different geographic areas or across different socioeconomic groups. This information is vital to ensuring equitable service for the simple fact that customers pay the same rates but may be receiving different levels of service. A few other utility jurisdictions across the country do track these data, and early analysis with their data have showed some pretty interesting results that their reliability might be correlated with race, income, or other social vulnerability metrics. I'd be happy to discuss that research in more detail if the Commission's interested. I appreciate that the comprehensive settlement agreement entered into with Duke, the ORS, and other parties, the company has in fact agreed to both of the recommendations that I just described. The company has agreed to report the two customer-focused reliability metrics at the system level. The company has also agreed to report all of these metrics at the census tract and zip code level, provided that doing so would not be cost prohibitive. And if it is, the company has committed to work with stakeholders to evaluate cost reduction opportunities and reasonable alternatives. This data would allow the company to target investments and programs to vulnerable customers and locations where service reliability is poor, and to ensure that moving forward, service reliability does not vary dramatically between customers paying the same rates. This data will also provide important benchmarks for the Commission, the ORS, and other interested parties to better evaluate the prudence and effectiveness of the company's reliability spending. At the same time, reporting these reliability metrics at the census tract zip code levels do not jeopardize customer privacy or system privacy because the underlying data used to develop these metrics does not contain any personally identifiable information or critical energy infrastructure information. In light of these reasonable terms related to reliability reporting, I recommend that the Commission approve the comprehensive settlement agreement. This concludes my testimony, and I'm happy to discuss any of this in more detail.
Thank you. Mr. Duncan is now available for cross-examination and for questions from the Commission.
Thank you. Mr. Hall?
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Duncan. I'll try to, you kind of covered a lot of what I wanted to, so I don't want to just have you repeat it for everyone here, but so I'll just try to hit the high points and just tell me if I'm right or correct me if I'm wrong. I said that, so the company spent $433 million on reliability-related programs under the Grid Improvement Plan, correct?
That's my approximation, yes.
Okay. And you, I believe you testified they only have two metrics that they use to judge reliability, right? SAIDI and SAFE, is that correct?
Those are the only metrics reported to the Commission, to my knowledge.
Okay. And I believe on page 4 of your direct, line 21 to 23, moving to page 5, you said that the reliability scores have actually worsened since the last rate case, and that its South Carolina territory appears to be among the least reliable, right, compared to other South Carolina utilities and Duke subsidiaries?
Yes, that's what I found looking at the company's data through discovery and data from the Energy Information Administration.
And some of that was the company's own witness, right? Mr. Guyton's charts that show that SAIDI and SAFE numbers have worsened over time?
That's correct.
So you didn't do any analysis on your own, use the company's own data?
That's correct.
Okay. And I think, would you agree, I think in your testimony, you have alluded to this, but again, for the sake of time, I won't point to it, that one of the reasons the company has said that it needed to spend some money was increased in public vehicle accidents? Is that in your testimony, or if you don't recall, then
I don't, subject to check, I don't believe that the company claimed that was a reason they were spending money on reliability investments. I believe that was a qualification to their reliability reporting. I think it was one of the reasons that they claimed that their SAIDI and SAFE score were worsening was because of increased public vehicle accidents.
That makes sense. So they're saying it's gotten worse, but because of accidents. Okay. Thank you. And you also state in your testimony on page 16, lines 7 to 8, that actually over this time, South Carolina rates have increased 17.6% since the start of 2019. Is that right?
That's correct.
So you proposed various metrics that that will help reporting, and you said something towards the end of your summary that I did not catch, and I was hoping you could repeat it for me. Something along the lines of help evaluate prudence and reasonableness. Could you tell me what that was from your summary?
Yes, I believe that adding the additional layers of reliability reporting, the two customer metrics and the geographic reporting, adds several layers of understanding that, again, the Commission, ORS, and others can use to understand how the company's either proposed or existing reliability investments have, what the effectiveness of those were.
Okay. And the company agreed to those?
That's
adopt
correct.
them in the settlement?
That's correct.
So I just want to understand, so we've got worsening, we have $433 million spent on reliability improvements with worsened safety scores, or excuse me, reliability scores, SAIDI and SAFE scores. But the settlement still allows recovery of all but $2.5 million of grid improvement plan costs. Is that your understanding? I know I'll try to help you look, like you may not know, To your knowledge, is there anything in there other than the $2.5 million of the targeted undergrounding disallowance?
I might need a moment to look, but subject to check, my recollection was that a part of the settlement was the discontinuation of JIP deferral.
That's essentially carrying costs, right? That's not denial of any actual cost spent. That did not improve reliability.
I believe that's an accurate characterization.
Okay. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Commissioners? I can't tell. Is
Madam
that
Chair.
Commissioner Vice Chair Powers or?
Thank you. And just a couple of things, Mr. Duncan. You said that based upon zip codes, there would be a different or more intense problem in some areas than there were in others. Is that correct?
That's with the data that I was able to get and use through this rate case. My analysis of the zip code level reliability data that I was able to gather show that reliability did vary between zip codes, which I would say is, again, an expected characterization of any system when compared to a system average. Parts of it are going to vary. So yes.
And that could have something to do with demographics as far as the income of the population or the type of housing or, a lot of new communities, everything's buried. So you're not going to have that problem that you'd have in others. And we had several witnesses testify in our public hearings that they had outages. Some testified they had them regular for short periods. And we had a couple testify that they had long outages, which fit the SAFE and SADE sort of thing. When you say that they're going to try to implement what you suggest in your testimony, have you looked at using AI in some of this, or any other suggestions that may help the company that really wasn't in your testimony or you didn't demand in your presentation? Is anything going on that we don't know about around here?
I think the clearest answer to that is that the standard that created the SADE and safety metrics and the metrics that I proposed has, I believe there's 13 total metrics, and there's kind of newer metrics that are still being talked about that are kind of get to more specific ways of representing the problem and analyzing the question of, are people having reliable service or not? There's a lot of ways to slice and dice that, and the point of my testimony is that SADE and safety leaves a lot of that nuance off the table. My recommendations start to add more nuance. There's a lot more that could be done. So I think if your question is like what more can be done from a reporting standpoint, there's what I recommend is not the end game. It's the next step.
It's work in progress.
Yes, sir.
My only other question is, I'm sure you were aware of the winter storm Elliott. Did that in any way skew your results as far as dependability?
Good question. So these metrics are often split, or always split into major event days and non-major event day categories. So when something like Winter Storm Elliott happens, or a hurricane that's largely outside of the company's control, they take that data and put it into its own category because it's appropriate, I think, to measure that for the unique situation that it's in. So the data that I used was non-major event day, so general, normal operations.
So those events didn't skew your results, and forget those, there's still a problem that needs to be addressed.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Carol Lee Williams.
Thank you, Chair Belzer. Thank you for being here. How long has SEMI and Sealy, how do you say the acronyms?
SEMI and CELID.
SEMI and Sealy, how long have they been around? When were they developed? Generally.
Yeah, subject to check somewhere like over 10 years or so. So the IEEE standard that they're in right now, the most recent iteration was the 2022, which they're in, and I believe they were in the previous one, which is maybe around 2016. So they've been around for a while. They've been in use by, I believe, SEMI's used around 10 utilities across the country, CELID a few less, but several. So they've certainly been around for a while. They've been used by utilities, and again, they're developed by a group at the IEEE, which is the Institute for Electronics and Electrical Engineers.
And are there utilities in the southeast that use them?
Duke Energy Florida does report SEMI 5, so customers that experience 5 or more interruptions per year. They report that to the Florida PSC. That is the only one to my knowledge. I do not know whether or not other entities like the Southern Power Groups, Georgia Power, do or do not. I have really only researched the Carolinas and Duke.
Okay. And this is more of a curiosity. Your employer is Vote Solar. What's the connection to kind of reliability data?
That's a great question. Well, we believe that the energy system should serve the people, whether or not that's whether or not they're solar customers or not. We don't only care about people that have solar on their roofs or not. The grid itself, as it's transitioning to clean energy, is going to require investment and is going to change, and it's important to be able to understand how that's changing and who's benefiting and who's not. So I believe that reporting this data will again add a layer of understanding to the company's reliability performance that will enable a greater understanding of who's benefiting from grid investments and where we need to target other programs or investments or interventions within or without of the utilities investments.
Thank you for satisfying my curiosity and for being here. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Caston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Evening. Are you saying that the more granular reliability data should be in census tracts, or are you just, was that just a thought, or are you just simply saying, hey, there needs to be more drill down, granular look at where outages are and how long they last?
Good question. I'd say two things on that. First is that it's I think important to think through the customer lens. I advocate for people. I'm not part of the utility. Sadie and Safety think through the system lens, right? They think, what's the performance of our grid? And that's a natural pathway to think through, and it's very important. But what's not represented there is how are the customers experiencing this? So I think the first answer to your question is that it's important to consider how customers are experiencing outages and to use that lens. And then second, to the specific question of which geography is right or wrong, I suggested census tract and zip codes in my testimony and recommendations because, first of all, those are known geographic regions that are used, all across the country in a variety of ways. So, that's a way that land and populations can be split up and understood better. Because if we're thinking through the customer lens, that's one way that an important aspect to have is how do we group people? It's easy to group the grid. It's harder to group people. And then I suggested census tract and zip codes because they're different geographic regions that have different kind of implications. Parceling them out might have a different story And there are also there's different data sets, public data sets that can be used in combination with this data to understand the implications.
So, are you thinking more in terms of that reliability data more toward the residential or all customers, all 685,000 customers in D.C., South Carolina, or just the 500,000 residential customers?
I mean, I believe that it should encompass all customer classes, but I would say, you know, especially when you're looking at industrial customers, I said earlier that reporting this data does not violate any privacy concerns because the underlying data doesn't contain any PII, and that still remains true. But if you were to break out this information for industrial class on its own by census tract, that might have some issues with it because there might only be one industrial customer in a census tract, for example. So I think that's an important consideration, and we're committed to work with the company on this, and I think that's something that we will certainly keep in mind and ensure that no privacy issues are crossed.
So as part of the settlement, the proposed settlement, the collaborative or whatever group that is, will look at these kind of questions, look at these kind of things, and let's say, if every single customer, whether it's industrial, commercial, residential, if there was data on every single customer, whether they lost power, didn't lose power, how long it was off, how long it was on, if you had all that information, discussed with the collaborative, including all this stuff, then you might boil down something, whether it's a street, you look at streets or neighborhoods, or census tracts, to be determined, I guess is what I'm hearing.
I'm sorry, can you clarify your question?
If you get that more granular data, and in the context of working through this collaborative, all these things would be worked out in that process.
Yes, I mean, I will note that the metrics that I mentioned, semi and SALI, I mean, those are defined metrics, so we're not going to be working out what that looks like, and they're very simple. It's the number of customers that experience X number of outages divided by the customers served in that particular geographic region. So there's no street addresses used or anything like that. The company will have to figure out a way to map their interruption data to these geographic regions, which is what we would mostly work on, is how would that mapping go and what's the most kind of effective way to do that. And once that's done, the metric that the company would produce, in my understanding, would just be that customers that experience 5 or more outages per year divided by number of customers per each census tract, as an example. Does that make sense?
I think so. But the ultimate goal or point is to have more granular reliability information. So at a more, I guess, detailed level, you can see if there are reliability issues that looking at a huge level will not show you. Is that in essence?
Yes, sir.
Sounds good. All right. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Duncan. I have no more questions.
Vice Chair, you got another question?
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Anybody else? Mr. Gooding, any redirect?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Duncan, thank you for being patient with us today till we got to you. Appreciate your testimony and you being here. You may stand down.
Chair Belzer would ask that Mr. Duncan be excused.
I tell him he can stand down. You tell him, you excuse him. Anybody else a little weary? We're going to break now, y'all, we need to start again at 9 in the morning. And, we will start with Ms. Perry, is that right? And then back to,
That's correct. And she's going to be virtual, so
Virtual, okay.
I'll have her on before that.
what time zone is she in?
She's in Arizona.
Ooh,
Yeah, she knows it's early, but that's fine.
well, if you don't want to take her first, I mean, y'all work that out.
I told her to go be ready first.
Okay, y'all
So-
work that out.
Yeah.
I don't care. She can put one of those filters or whatever so I can see her face. Just don't make her a cat. That she.
That's awful.
Thank y'all very much. I
Thank
just
you.
want to state my appreciation for y'all working together as we've rearranged witnesses and working together so we can get through this. Thank y'all very much. It is much appreciated.
Chair, before you adjourn, I have a couple things.
All right, sir.
Thank you. So number one, Chair, we do have an in-person witness conflict tomorrow for a panel. It's actually our last panel of the Cost of Capital panel.
Hang on a second. Are you here tomorrow? It's going to depend on the court reporter.
Okay.
And it's not going to be Miss Cindy tomorrow. So we'll have to check with her in the morning. I don't think, I think our folks in the back can handle an in-person and live. It depends on if the court reporter is comfortable with it, okay?
Okay.
Is that where we're going?
Partially, Chair. So that's an option. So we want to evaluate all our different options. So the other question I had, and I don't mean to rush your thought process, but I'm just curious as to whether is the intention to try to go tomorrow until we finish, or will there be any potential dates next week? We're just trying to evaluate the different options that we may
yes,
have.
sir. I don't want to go past 5 tomorrow. I don't know what y'all got as far as, y'all know I didn't even know it was a holiday weekend. So I don't know what plans y'all may have, and I want y'all to. Okay, we're not going past 4 tomorrow. And I was told that, and I forgot it. So we will stop around, by 4. Okay. And then, hopefully tomorrow we'll have a better idea if we are coming back Wednesday or Thursday. The problem, it's really going to depend on how far we can get tomorrow. Okay.
That clarification is all we needed,
Does that
Chair.
help?
Thank you. And then at my own peril, second thing, at my own peril, I will respectfully request that Mr. Callahan also be excused.
I don't think so.
I forgot him earlier. Chair.
Isn't he South Carolina president? Doesn't he have to sit through this?
He will be excused, but I'm sure he'll be present.
He's available if we need him.
Of course.
No, that's fine. I'm a little punchy right now. Anything else? Okay. Thank y'all very much. See you at 9 a.m. Thank you. Y'all have a good evening. Be safe leaving.